Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Honorable members, please indulge us. We do have a technical problem.
Okay. We'll wait in patience.
Thank you, Advocate.
Kata memang dunia.
Bila stilo anto.
Lekai.
If we're having a challenge, possibly we should ask the House Chair and Gwenya to start. And the others can join.
Oh, we. Afternoon, Honorable Dango. Honorable Dango.
Good afternoon, Comrade. Good afternoon.
I missed your call.
Okay,
We'll talk after the meeting.
absolutely.
Thanks, Papa.
I'm suggesting that if we're having to advocate, that if we're having a challenge with the other officers, then maybe you should start.
Thank you very much,
and then catch up.
Honorable Dango. Thank you very much. Deputy Chairperson, please proceed. Deputy Chair. Deputy Chairperson.
We lost her, Advocate. We'll try again.
Okay. Deputy Chairperson.
Is there anything wrong? You didn't send me the link.
Can you hear me?
We're waiting for you.
No, but I didn't. I don't want to send me the link. I only received the link now. The link was. It seemed it was on the WhatsApp. That is the problem.
Okay. Our apologies, Deputy Chairman.
And I was looking for it in the emails and it was in the WhatsApp. So that is what happened. So now I'm here. Is there something that I need to do for you, Advocate?
Yeah. Yes, Deputy Chair, I would propose that we proceed with the proceedings. The chairperson has technical problems.
Okay. So you are actually saying that we should proceed, then it's fine. I will then now bow. How do I bow to the left and to the right first, and then bow to the left? My Zoom updated, so I don't have the background of the parliamentary, the background for the Zoom. I will update it after this meeting. I'm very sorry. So, honorable delegates, good afternoon. Good afternoon, and let me firstly apologize for me being a little bit late because my link was sent via WhatsApp and I was looking for it in the emails. So that was what happened here. But I'm here now, and can I then request all delegates that we should observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Before we start, let me just welcome all the delegates as well as the the special delegates, as well as those that will participate in the debate today. Remember that the rules applies for the virtual sitting, and the virtual sitting constitutes the sitting of the National Council of Provinces. The place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces are. Delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on the videos when they are addressing the House. I will not say at all times, but when they are addressing the House. We know that we are generating a lot of emissions when we are using all the videos at the same time. We should also ensure that the microphones on our gadgets are muted and must remain muted unless you have permission to speak. We take it that the interpretation facility is active, and any delegate that wants to make an input should use the raise hand function. So, honorable delegates, let me put the House in order and acknowledge the Deputy Ministers of Small Business Development, Tourism, Trade, Industry and Economic Development, all special delegates and the SALGA representatives that are in the House. Once again, you are welcome, and we shall now proceed to notices of motion. Any delegates who wishes to give a notice of a motion should use the raise hand function, and there is 1.5 minutes per motion. And remember that there is 20 minutes in total for notices of motion as well as motions, so that you don't begin to say that we didn't give you enough time. It is now 14:08. We, at least by 14:30, we want us to be finished with the motions as well as the notices of motions. So can we start with notices of motion? And on the participant raise your hand function, the first one is Honorable Matibe of Limpopo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members. And I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to give a notice of motion that in the next sitting this August House, note with concern that the municipal debts remains a thorn in ESCOM's side, with areas swelling to 26% to 35 billion. Since the end of the financial year, the municipal debt has increased to 39 billion. Believing that long-term solution that will not negatively affect customers is necessary to resolve financial difficulties in ESCOM, and a financial stable ESCOM will mean a dependable electricity supply. Therefore, call this House to initiate discussion with the ministerial task team, the Department of Public Enterprise and COGTA to find the long-term solution to this problem of municipal debt. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. This is notice of motion. So notice of motion, we continue. Next is Honorable SF Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I hereby give notice that during the next ordinary council sitting of the House, I will move that the House considers that the current backlog at most vehicle licensing offices across South Africa discourages South Africans' faith in and use of the system. The House takes note that the staff shortages at these offices be addressed, and that the House debates the local government's responsibility and mandate to ensure decent functioning of these offices across the country as service delivery to the community and a source of revenue. I so move.
Noted. There is a notice of motion, so it's noted. Honorable Mokause. Honorable Mokause.
Thank you. Am I audible?
You are not. You are now audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are now.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters sitting debates the pharmaceuticals in South Africa. I so move.
I didn't hear, but I hope that the system has picked up what you have said. So I don't know. Honorable members, was it audible?
I rise on behalf of the EFF that, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the council debate the establishment of a pharmaceutical company which will benefit South Africa and South Africans. I so move. Thank you.
Noted. Honorable Shaik, you will be the last one on the issue of notices of motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Can you hear me, Deputy Chair?
Yes, I hear you. We hear you.
On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of the council debates the persistence of the killing of police officers in our country, that these killings are clearly orchestrated by organized criminal syndicates to cow the police officers into submission against their criminal intents. Further, that as a matter of urgency, the criminal is tasked to review the efficacy and effectiveness of the current protocols, system, and legislative framework on the security of police officers and call for the consideration of a special legal dispensation within the ambits of the Constitution to criminalize the violent attacks and killing of law enforcement officers. I so move to Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Noted. We are now going to continue to the motions without notice, and delegates that want to wish to move a motion without notice, raise your hand now. So we will immediately continue, and we are going to call on Honorable Oshoff.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with concern the use of municipal resources by the ANC in the Governor Mbeki municipality during their candidate selection process for the upcoming local government elections. Also notes that the ANC in this municipality had several public meetings where people were told that they had to elect their candidates and are therefore under the impression that these people will be their councillor after the local elections. Further notes that during at least 2 of these public meetings, the people of Governor Mbeki municipality wanted to nominate DA members, not understanding that this is an ANC process and not the actual elections. Again, notes that Councillor Thandi Ngonono and MMC attended several of these meetings with law enforcement officers attending the meetings to provide protection to her. Also notes that the Government Gazette number 43246, dated 24 April 2020, makes it very clear that only executive mayors and speakers are entitled to 2 bodyguards, and deviation from the norm may only be based on recommendations of the South African Police Services. Further notes that the DA calls on the provincial MEC for Copta to investigate why Councillor Ngonono needed bodyguards who paid for these officers to accompany her, who gave approval for this unlawful expenditure, and finally, why it was deemed fit to have officials participating in political gatherings. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Any objection to the motion? Any objection to the motion?
None.
Objection.
Objection. The motion will not be proceeded with and will become a notice.
Again.
Will become a notice of a motion. Honourable Christians.
Deputy Chair, jy daai objection uitgetrek.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. On behalf...
Continue, sorry, Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council, notes that the diamond city of Kimberley and the Solplaatjie municipality continues along its path of degradation and collapse, despite a massive 500 million project launched by the Premier Dr. Zamani Saw to uplift the city, recognizes that the latest form of collapse can be seen in the historical Oppenheimer Gardens that was once the pride of Kimberley, used for flea markets, Christmas carols, and even just by residents looking for some sun and fresh air. It has also since come to form a central park for students of the Solplaatjie University and the Northern Cape Urban TVET College, but are far cry from the green and clean grounds that once were. They are instead a hazard to students due to exposed electrical wires that can be seen all over the gardens and open drains that have become a ramshackle silex slabs. The historical Diggers Memorial is strewn in takeaway containers, plastic bags, bottles, and even used condoms, as are the entire grounds. Takes cognizance of the fact that Solplaatjie municipality is literally situated across the road from the gardens, but fails to lift a finger to fix up the gardens. In fact, municipal workers were last week caught on camera sitting on the outskirts of the park from 10 o'clock in the morning until 12 o'clock, instead of cleaning it, caring for the gardens, and securing exposed cables. Notes that the gardens are a sore reminder of the ongoing neglect of Kimberley and of the lack of political will by the ANC-run municipality to give the dilapidated city a makeover. I hereby, once again, call on the President and the Deputy President to return to Kimberley after their disappointing visit to the city for the ANC's 106th birthday celebrations in 2018, to see for themselves that the city has yet to regain its sparkle in spite of the instructions to provincial and municipal government leadership. To fix the
Honorable
city once and
your
for
time
all.
is your time
I
is
so
lapsed.
move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion?
Yes.
Objection.
No.
Objections.
There being an
You
objection,
want to go
the
down
motion is
here.
not proceeding with, but will become a notice of a motion. Next will be Honorable Bibi. Honorable
Thank you
members,
very much.
according to my guide, you've got 1.5 minutes. I've been allowing 2 minutes, but you are going beyond 2 minutes. So, Honorable Bibi.
Thank you very much, Deputy the Chairperson of the House. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with sadness the shocking murders of a well-known KwaZulu-Natal South Coast couple of the Umtentweni community, Mr. Murray and Julie Ross, on Saturday, 28th August. Also notes that the police found their bodies with multiple stab wounds to their heads and necks after they were alerted to the double murder. Further note that their house was ransacked, forced entry was used to gain entrance, and the police have opened charges of murder and house robbery for the investigations. Therefore, we call on the police to have no stone unturned until their effort to find the perpetrators of this brutal crime. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you. Is there any objections to the motion? If no objection, the motion is agreed to. In terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Next will be Honorable Du Toit.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus without notice that the House notes that there is a significant increase in the amount of dysfunctional wastewater treatment plants across South Africa. This is one of the main contributors to pollution to our fresh water system. The current sewage spillage in Ventersdorp, which forms part of the JP Marks municipality in Northwest, poses a major health concern since traces of COVID-19 might be present in the influent directly next to the settlement, and that the House urgently resolves to debate this matter. I so move.
Is there any objection? Sorry, Honorable. Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to. The next to speak will be Honorable Dangor.
Yes, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this House notes with grief the brutal murder of a senior official of the Gauteng Department of Health, Diakaran. This brutal murder is carried out towards the end of the Women's Month, when the country celebrates the collective heritage of trials, tribulations, and the resilience of women in South Africa. We therefore salute Diakaran for her selfless, death-defying courage, bravery, and integrity in the service of our people by exposing corruption. Extends our heartfelt condolences to her family and colleagues in the Gauteng Department of Health. Salute the men and women in blue for their swift action in arresting the suspects. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? If no objection, the motion is agreed to. The next will be Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council acknowledges and salutes the life of Babita Diakaran, a proud servant of the public who was brutally murdered, apparently in an effort to silence her as she was blowing the whistle on corruption in the Gauteng Department of Health. I further move that this House denounce the dastardly actions of her killers and also those who conspired to have her killed. That we encourage the police and the justice system role players to ensure that the perpetrators are brought to book, to make sure that the people committing fraud and corruption in our government departments get the message that their time is over. And I move that this House send our condolences to Ms. Diakaran's family in the hope that they will find peace, knowing that she was a hero and that her death is mourned by us all. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. I don't know, am I correct if I say it is the same person that Honorable Dangor moved on? So this motion, I think, is already been agreed to. There cannot be objection. So it is agreed to. Honorable Molitsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I rise on behalf of EFF, of Economic Freedom Fighters, with motion without notice that this House should note that gender-based violence is a serious problem which affects the women and the girl child. The House should notice that this gender-based violence is a pandemic facing this country. I so move. Thank you.
Is there any objections to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Next will be Honorable Nchabeling.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, allow me to rise on a motion without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with great sense of loss the untimely passing of one of our own, a former member of this House and the National Assembly, Sechaba Dan Montsitsi, who succumbed to COVID-19 related complications. And that Dan Montsitsi embodies the collective heritage of the selfless and courageous martyrs of our young people of our country, who shook apartheid system to its core on the 16th June in 1976. Further notes his selfless service to this country and its people without the expectation of material reward or fame. Therefore, Deputy Chair extends our heartfelt condolences to his family and the movement that he dedicated his entire life to, the African National Congress. I so move, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Is there any objections to the motion? If there is no objections, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next will be Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai. Kenny Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai, if you're not there. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. I hereby move a motion without a notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with sadness the untimely passing away of Honorable Kebi Mapato on Tuesday, 31 August. Also notes that Honorable Mapato served as Minister of Defense between 2014 and 2019 and was a former member of the Congress of South African Students, Soweto Youth Congress, and South African Youth Congress. Further notes that Honorable Mapato went to Angola and the Soviet Union to receive his military training and was also exiled in Angola before returning to South Africa. Therefore, send our heartfelt condolences to his family and his organization, the African National Congress. I so move, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Is there any objections to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. If Honorable Mutsamai, I'm calling you once again. If Honorable Mutsamai is not there, we will go to Honorable W as Willem P. Willem Oka.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with concern the failure by the Gasigonyana local municipality in the Northern Cape to deliver basic services such as sewer and water services as contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution of South Africa. Also notes that residents in certain parts of Gasigonyana are without water on a frequent basis. Further notes that this local municipality has not maintained its infrastructure for years, leading to the near collapse of service delivery in the municipality. That we also note that the communities under the jurisdiction of Gasigonyana local municipality have been subjected to an unhealthy environment as raw sewer flows freely down the streets and into the rivers, thus also contaminating the underground water sources. Further notes that the roads in Gasigonyana are a downright disgrace with little to no maintenance being done. Further notes that the DA has on numerous occasions in the past called on this municipality to fulfill its obligation towards service delivery for the people of Gasigonyana, but to no avail. I thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion?
Yes, objected, Chair.
Since there is objection,
None.
The motion will become a notice of motion. Can we just listen? It is not lost. It is not lost. It become a motion, a notice of a motion. Okay. Honorable Mutsamai, Uncle Harold, why are you now so in my face? Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The last one, because you have got 1.5 minutes. You've got 1.5 minutes. You may continue. Mutsamai. Ugai. What's wrong?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a problem with the network.
I understand. You may continue. Unmute. Or should we just, in any case, the time is up for motions. You can possibly, in the next meeting, we will allow you as the first one to raise your motion or your notice of motion or your motion without notice. Chairperson, I will call on Honorable Khai and then I will give over to you to continue presiding over the House. We are now going to the subject for discussion. That is a debate on the township economy, building a self-reliant and vibrant township economy. And I call on Honorable Khai to open the debate. Honorable Khai, and from there the chairperson will be taking over again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable MECs, Honorable Permanent Delegates and Special Delegates, Honorable Representatives of SALGA, good afternoon. Colonialism and apartheid left a geographical pattern of core and periphery regions in South Africa, which is increasingly manifesting in an economic pattern of leading and lagging regions, or rather the urban-rural divide. This geographical pattern confers benefits to metropolitan cores that enjoy the advantages of sophisticated economies and links to international market at the expense of the rural and township peripheries that are located far from key infrastructure, as well as linked to regional and international markets. Thus, townships in the post-apartheid South Africa face the thorny challenges to become self-reliant and vibrant locations of economic activity. This in turn makes the delivery of basic services in these areas extremely inefficient. Combined with weak governance, this often leads to townships getting caught in a low road trap and hence act as a drag on the national growth potential. ANC understand the dialectical and reinforcing nature of the relationship between economic growth and human development. Inclusive growth must necessarily create opportunities for those who are excluded. It is only through creating new opportunities for those who are excluded that growth becomes truly inclusive. Townships and rural areas are where the vast majority of our people live and where focus should be as we seek to transform the South African economy. Our townships are endowed with micro enterprises that offer a plethora of services to ordinary South Africans on a daily basis, including, amongst others, spaza shops, street vending, hair salons, and minibus taxis, to mechanical services and manufacturing, which are all important drivers of township economy and its sustainability. According to the World Bank, the township economy is estimated at about 100 billion rands. This is evidence of how important the township economy is to the recovery, integration, and transformation of our national economy. Following President Cyril Ramaphosa's State of the National Address in 2019, the national and provincial governments are implementing the District Development Model, DDM, to strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs and to more effectively manage the use of resources in the three spheres of government in order to achieve efficiencies and economies of scale. Although the DDM has not been rolled out effectively in all municipalities, its self-objective goals are to put development and the provision of basic goods to the service of the people as defined within the local context. While it is important intervention, the DDM lacks detail on how it intends to respond to lack of capital investment in public transport infrastructure, especially rail transport, that can transform the polarizing effect of the colonial and apartheid spatial patterns of urban-rural divide. Therefore, the national government's geographic strategic infrastructure projects, as well as the aspiration to shift freight from road to rail, must address the issue of public transport infrastructure to a level that can establish seamless links between township economies and regional markets. Most important, the success of geographic shifts, as well as the aforementioned shift, depends largely on a mutual partnership between PRASA, Transnet Freight Rail, especially regarding the maintenance of railway lines and rolling stock. Unfortunately, this level of partnership remains limited. Going further, mutual partnership must not end with PRASA and Transnet Freight Rail. Presently, in terms of capital investment in public transport infrastructure, evidence showed that the national government is subsidizing large mining companies. These subsidies should not be limited only to maintenance costs on dilapidated roads that heavy trucks carry bulk mineral commodities impair, but also take cognizance of the contribution of mining companies towards geographic shifts and the shift of freight from road to rail, which are designed to benefit them as well. This undermines the public-private sector partnership in providing a cost-effective transportation of goods. Moreover, it weakens the national government's attempt to increase the level playing fields insofar as public transport is concerned, which is likely to contribute to further reduction of the gap in development outcomes between urban and rural areas. As a result, it is important for South African revenue services to rethink corporate taxes in line with the international standards that reflect South African conditions. The Department of Mineral Resources and Energy should also consider extending scope of Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act beyond consultation obligation, as well as social and labor plans to include guidelines that regulate social corporate responsibility in the mining sector. There's a laudable desire to build township economies through effective use and resourcing of the National Youth Development Agency. Even though the NYDA is committed to ensuring that young, genuine entrepreneurs do not face formidable hurdles in all lines of business, new economic opportunities in emerging industries like renewable energy and industrialization are capital intensive. That is, they require sizable startup capital. Moreover, the population size of young people who enter the job market is growing rapidly and beyond the capacity of the NYDA. This presents two trends that are contradictory and do not intersect. On the one hand, the above-mentioned new economic opportunities are likely to create sustainable jobs and other spillover effects that are necessary for township economies to be self-reliant. On the other hand, the NYDA as an enabler of entrepreneurship across all sectors of the economy is resource constrained. Therefore, it is important for the NYDA to vouchsafe the interest of aspiring young entrepreneurs with concomitant resources. In the short run, the NYDA should consider launching a Stokvel type of funding that allows up to 12 young entrepreneurs to come together to apply for a fund. This will curb the high levels of the youth poverty, inequality, and unemployment, as well as absorb a large number of young people in the market. In the long run, this initiative will enable young entrepreneurs to use their joint credit scores when seeking large funding from private financial institutions. The Gauteng Economic Development Bill is one of the most progressive initiatives in the post-apartheid South Africa. The bill attempts to transform the Gauteng province from an enclave economy where formal economic activities function in isolation from informal economic activities. More importantly, it limits the harmful effects of the former on the latter. For this reason, the Gauteng experiment is undoubtedly a trendsetter that other provinces should try and to emulate. However, we should not have a mistaken confidence of believing that other provinces have favorable conditions to implement a similar policy without any challenges. Consider, for example, the fact that many townships located in the former Bantustan or homelands have limited economic bases and are poorly integrated with the more developed metropolitan regions. They have many issues of capacity and municipalities and governance challenges. In such settings, it is hard for the local state to build, capabilities that enable independent businesses to prosper. Furthermore, in some of the more rural provinces, The holding of a sway over land administration by tribal authorities enables some of the traditional leaders to use land to meet their rentier interests. These have been proven by anti-developmental and retard the potential of enterprises to thrive. The economic reconstruction and recovery plan presented by President Ramaphosa places aggressive infrastructure and industrial investment among the key priority intervention to put our economy on a growth trajectory. Industrial development brings integrated connectivity, accessibility to the new infrastructure. The need for industrial development in township is necessary to create an inclusive economy that serves all South Africans and to address this existing special division in our country and to bring work to our people. It is an essential component to achieve the 2030 target reduction of unemployment to 6% and grow the economy to 5.4%. Welcome the commitment by the ARRP to kickstart industrialization through localization with the priority of key value chains such as basic consumer goods like clothing, textile, leather, and footwear. Strengthening the productive base of manufacturing has the potential to create large, sustained, decent jobs and steady sectoral growth. Cooperation with the private sector to enhance the localization of the supply chain will assist in resuscitating the sector. The need to intensify localization through manufacturing became most evident during COVID-19 outbreak, where most medical equipment and personal protective equipment had to be imported. It exposed our country's excessive reliance on imports, which can pose serious threats and limitations on our capabilities to respond to emergencies. The need for aggressive investment in manufacturing where our people live and work is indispensable and cannot be overemphasized. The involvement of township enterprises in their manufacturing value chains must be accompanied by promoting regional integration and taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are thoroughly pleased that the recovery plan prioritizes manufacturing as one of the key actors to develop the SMMEs and aggressively support localization to improve competitiveness and resilience of the sector. We want to see more creative young people being supported to successfully operate within this sector. Investment in industrial park and infrastructure. It is common cause that our economy in township is largely based on the service sector. It is also factual that the majority of our township spaza shops, hair and beauty salons are run by foreign nationals, which are over time contributed to the xenophobic sentiments among our people. In developing our SMME sector, the state, especially local government level, has to create a sense of cohesion and cooperation among foreign nationals and South Africans in order to foster an environment conducive for vibrant and dynamic township economies. Successful economies around the world have acknowledged the positive contribution that SMMEs and cooperatives play towards growth and development of the economy. SMMEs in our township are dynamic, but are faced with distinct challenges from those in cities. The lack of access to finance and high levels of crime and vandalism are among the basic challenges. Intervention from government and financial institutions are important for the survival, development, and growth of SMMEs as far as it relates to investment in technological development and infrastructure investment. There's a need to invest decisively in education and training of young entrepreneurs to capacitate them to sufficiently respond to the needs of specific markets, be innovative, and to create new products and markets. The Competition Commission must be on high alert and dismantle barriers to entry for emerging SMMEs and the abuse of dominance by monopolies who have greater market share and power. We We salute the conscious and deliberate effort of the ANC government to support SMMEs by procuring 30% of its goods and services from SMMEs. Must call for a greater proportion of this to be located to SMMEs located in township and rural areas. The National Development Plan views agriculture as critical to employment and food security. It is estimated that agriculture could potentially create 1 million jobs by 2030. Investment in agri-park is therefore essential to achieve this objective, as well as the alleviation of poverty and hunger, as they serve to support smallholder farmers to become competitive, to create an agricultural sector that has capabilities of agro-processing and to grow the economy. They also enhance food security and job creation for local communities, as well as competitive local food production and financial stability. Well-supported agri-parks have the potential to unlock the creation of value chains within the food service sector, which are among the most vibrant and dynamic enterprises in our townships. Government working together with social partners need to transform townships from labor reserves, largely consumption-based, into productive hubs that serve the immediate needs of the community. The revitalization of industrial park is important and will serve as a huge boost, particularly for automotive hubs, which will empower auto maintenance and repair services by increasing local value addition. We applaud the work of the Competition Commission in dismantling barriers to entry for vehicle repairs, which close market access for emerging micro panel beaters by compelling and limiting in-warranty vehicle owners to specific manufacturers and approved service dealership, or face cancellation of the warranty. This will open opportunities for township and entrepreneurs to develop and grow. In conclusion, Chair, the ANC government is unwavering in its commitment to transform the structural and systemic features of our economy. The township economy is a key driver of transformation and economic growth, poverty alleviation, and the creation of decent, sustainable jobs. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. We will now proceed to Honorable Damini. Honorable Damini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to our ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members. This debate is taking place in the context of a number of challenges facing the economy of our country, which amongst others, includes increasing unemployment. For an example, according to the recent quarterly labor force survey, the unemployment rate, according to the expanded definition of unemployment, increased by 1.2 percentage points to 44.4% in Q2 of 2021, compared to Q1 in the same year. These changes resulted in the official unemployment rate increasing by 1.8 percentage points from 32.6% in the first quarter of 2021 to 34.4% in the second quarter of 2021, the highest since the start of the QLFS in 2008. All this is happening at a time when the country was seized with addressing the negative socio-economic impact of colonial and apartheid system that left Black and African population excluded from participating in the main economic activities of their country. Just as we were taking qualitative steps to address the colonial and apartheid legacy, the country had to deal with the 2007-2008 global economic crisis, just as we were beginning to consolidate our activities to address the impact of this crisis. we had to face the attack and impact of COVID-19 on the economy. As if this was not enough, the country had to face a wave of unrest, which mainly affected KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and affected in the main the SME sector. Today's debate on the township economy with the theme, a quote, building a self-reliant and vibrant township economy, echoes a clarion call by the Freedom Charter that the people shall share in the country's wealth and all other industry and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people, and that all people shall have equal rights to trade where they choose, to manufacture and to enter all trades, crafts, and professions. Historical perspective and background. The starting point in this debate should be to acknowledge that in our country, townships and rural villages were a source of cheap and unskilled labor at the service of the white colonial and apartheid economy. This painful reality continues to stare at us as we see our people being carried by bakkies to be exploited as cheap labor. The economy of this country grew and developed on the basis of the state intervention. Our approach in this debate is therefore informed by the history of our country, which shows that in the aftermath of the British invasion and conquest over the Cape in 1795, the colonial part of Port Elizabeth was established. It is here that spatially segregated urban development was first designed along racial divisions. The process of dispossession was coupled with British authorities enacting the Native Reserves Locations Act 40 in 1902, granting powers for the establishment of residential areas for blacks on the periphery of urban areas. It was through the direct and decisive state intervention which allowed the Broederbond to form the Volkskas Bank in 1934. It is the Afrikaners Broederbond, the National Party and Afrikaner Economic Movement which made a call for a stop to the issuing of trading licenses to blacks. This was taken up by the National Party in its 1944 Social and Economic Manifesto, which declared that under apartheid, non-whites would only be issued trading licenses in non-white areas. This pressure from Afrikaner business culminated in the notorious Group Areas Act of 1950. This background has been provided to communicate a point that successful enterprise development will not happen on its own without strategic, calculated, deliberate, and decisive state intervention. What work has been done and what are the plans underway? Honorable Chairperson, we have therefore come here today to continue on the work of removing all the remaining effects of apartheid, and we want to remove them, root, stem, and branch. Chairperson, we proceed from an understanding that the work of building a self-reliant and vibrant township economy is linked to the work being undertaken by the Department of Human Settlement and Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on spatial planning and land use management services, which is aimed at transforming the apartheid spatial setup where our people were circled away from well-located land in prime urban areas and away from arable land. It is linked to the vision of building urban spaces that are spatially and socio-economically integrated, free of racial and gender discrimination and segregation, enabling people to make residential and employment choices to pursue their hills. It is linked to building cities that are environmentally sustainable, marked by a balance between quality built environment and open spaces, as well as a balance between consumption needs and renewable and non-renewable resources. Work being undertaken by the Department of Small Business and Development. The work done to provide support towards Township and Rural Enterprises Scheme includes the following: non-financial support provided as at 31 July 2021. A, spaza shops and general dealer support scheme, 7,300. B, clothing, leather and textile support scheme, 3,229. C, chisanyama and cooked food scheme, 2,865. D, personal care scheme, 1,508. E, bakeries and confectionaries, 1,291. F, auto body repairs and mechanics, 1,289. 9. G, butcheries support program, 270. Approvals for financial support as at 5 August 2021. A, spaza shops and general dealer support scheme, 5,680 approvals to the value of 19,880,000, with 6,717 jobs facilitated. B, small scale bakeries and confectionaries program, 321 SMMEs. Small scale assisted with financial support committed to the value of 49,596 and 881 jobs will be facilitated. C, small scale clothing and textiles program, 416 SMMEs assisted with financial support committed to the value of 67,023 and 1,114 jobs will be facilitated. Open air food outlet support scheme, 241 SMEs assisted with financial support committed to the value of 40,081 and 434 jobs will be facilitated. Disbursements and as at 5 August 2021. A, spaza shops and general dealer support schemes, 5,680 disbursed to the value of 19,880,000 rands and 6,717 jobs facilitated. Small scale bakeries, confectionaries program, 206 SMMEs assisted with financial support committed to the value of 31,340 and 500 jobs facilitated. C, small scale clothing and textile program, 253 SMMEs assisted with financial support committed to the value of 42,000 rands and 13,799 and 500 jobs facilitated. Open air food outlets support schemes, 116 SMEs assisted with financial support committed to the value.
You conclude, Honorable Dlamini.
Thanks, Chair. We will remain pragmatic in our approach, and I'm pleased to advise that the fruit and vegetable will indeed include spending 271 million. There would have been a lot to say, Chair, but the job is out in our hand to get us to do the work. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Nana, M. Nana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Please, with your permission, Can I switch off my video? My signal is rather unstable. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to begin my contribution to this important debate by conveying my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the families of two people who unfortunately succumbed to their injuries in a vehicle accident involving the executive mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay, Councillor Ngababanga. I would like to assure the families, I feel your pain and your sorrows are ours during this hour of need. I would also like to wish Councillor Banga strength and speedy recovery. Honorable members, a debate about township economy is correct and relevant. However, I do think it is exclusionary. Rural areas in our country, largely comprised of former Bandustans, where in the past were left to fend for themselves. It can't be right that again these underdeveloped areas are once again left to fend for themselves.
Please proceed.
Honorable members, despite hard
Speak to the gadget in front of you and to the speaker directly if you can, Honorable Nana.
He must park his
some
car.
succeeded, were less fortunate. Running a spaza shop
It does seem we have a problem there. We'll ask the table to do whatever they can to assist. Honorable Nana, it seems we have a problem. Maybe we should proceed with the next speaker, Honorable Nsube.
Chairperson, I'm here.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Must I go ahead, Chair?
Nsube, wait a bit. Nana, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I will have to start in my third paragraph, Chair. A debate about township economy is correct and relevant. However, I do think it is exclusionary. Rural areas in our country, largely comprised of former Bandustans, were in the past left to fend for themselves. It can be right, honorable members, that again, these underdeveloped areas are once again left to fend for themselves. Despite hardships faced by businesses in the countryside, some succeed whilst others are less fortunate. Running a spaza shop in villages is not only expensive to the shopkeeper, because to get supplies, he has to travel long distances to town. Whilst he has to contend with the rising fuel costs, all whilst trying not to pass the cost on to his clientele. He more often than not has to carry the cost of maintaining his vehicle due to the bad state. Back home in Alice, shrewd businessman Utatu Qad. He was the first person to start a taxi business back in the day. And some of the routes he started are still operational today and are serving hundreds of villagers of Gaga traditional area to Alice Town. He was known of leading a simple life. Every day he ate half a loaf of brown bread and fresh milk. He was rumored that he did not have formal education. When purchasing a new car, he went to the local Alice Toyota dealership with a briefcase full of money. He couldn't count because he was not educated. So the branch put money for the brand new and leave the rest in his briefcase. This gentleman relied on to run his taxi business. For years until ill health, he ran a taxi business without formal training. Business boss like that.
Honorable Nana is still there. Please try again, the next 2 minutes.
So I was saying, Chair, he was known of leading a simple life. Every day he ate half a loaf of bread and fresh milk. It is rumored that he did not have formal education. When purchasing a car, he went to the local Alice Toyota dealership with a briefcase full of money. He couldn't count, so he would instruct the branch manager to take his money for the brand new Toyota IAs and leave the rest in his briefcase. He relied on his indigenous knowledge to run his taxi business. For years until ill health, he ran a taxi business without formal training, yet he was successful. Today, the taxi industry is believed to be worth billions of rands, and taxi bosses owe it to people like Utatukadi, who sacrificed so much of his energy and time to lay a solid foundation for the industry. Unfortunately, for both the village shopkeeper and Tatukadi, there is not a lot to show for their hard work, except a dilapidated building resembling Untozonge of yesteryears, and a backyard littered with old Toyota high aces and cupboards worthy as scrap metal. With so much effort,
yes, as you conclude, Honorable Nana.
Thanks, Chair. With so much effort, the two gentlemen and hundreds like them put in their businesses. With no training in business, finance management, investment, portfolio diversity, and succession planning, their businesses could be running to this day, and they would have left a legacy we can all be proud of. As I conclude, Chair, the story and plans about township economy can never be completed unless the rural youth, men and women aspiring to follow in the footsteps of Utatuqakwe, the shop.
Yes, and your time is up, Honorable Nana. We will now move on to the next speaker.
And Tatuqadi, the taxi pioneer, harnessed. We will never know who Oprah Winfrey, Patrice Motsepe is lying in wait to be discovered. His birth is disadvantaged and left behind. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Nsube.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Council, the Honorable Deputy Minister. The development of different township enterprises with a particular emphasis on the textile industry, the indigenous market products, food retail, and service sectors become imperative of our times. What is to be done? How do we unlock economic capacity of our township economies and create much more needed job opportunities? It is a well-known fact that Black townships were not created with an intention to have them as economically viable, self-reliant, and sustainable, but rather primarily as a labor reserves heavily dependent on the colonial and apartheid economy, and again as a secondary consumers of whatever product and services produced by this exclusive economy. The face of poverty, inequality, and unemployment is mostly visible in the Black township, and it has a female and a youthful face. Honorable Chairperson, the Economic Reconstruction Recovery Plan has identified agriculture as one of the sectors with the potential to create mass employment opportunities. In advancing support towards small-scale local farmers to produce food for consumption by local markets, it is important to reflect on some of the challenges that are being faced by small-scale producers. One of the challenges is access to water and irrigation system, electricity, and often neglected crime. In order for government to guarantee food security through small farmer holdings around the township and create sustainable vegetable gardens, livestock, poultry business, it is important for local economic development departments within our local municipalities to look into how best to address these challenges. The local government CETA conducted a research study and published last year in March. The study examined the potential of unlocking township economies with a view to help address a crucial socio-economic conditions facing municipalities, namely poverty, unemployment, and inequalities, and to identify skills gaps that can propel the township economy. It highlighted an urgent need to develop hands-on capacity building program for municipal LED officials with a focus of managing township economies, policy development, LED planning and implementation, research and promotion of industrial and business development. There is a need to ensure that there is adequate skills development, training, and capacity building through local business incubators. It remains important to ensure that there is a proper business incubators for small and medium-sized enterprise in order to ensure that they graduate from startup to sustainable operations. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, in many of our impoverished townships, we do find a manufacturing and production capacity, albeit on our impoverished township, we do find a manufacturing and production capacity, albeit on a small scale. This cottage manufacturing sector creates household income for families that are found in our township where gainful employment opportunities are scarce. The development and support of cottage industry projects such as handcraft, beadwork, sewing, silk and cotton weaving, small-scale food processing, shoemaking, woodworking, and carpentry and furniture making can help stimulate local township economies only if government and private sector ambitiously work together, transforming the structure and the ownership of the South African economy. Honorable Chairperson, this transformation starts with a targeted development of already active economic players and participants in our localities. In order to realize the objective of moving informal cottage manufacturing sector to a formal economy, government must support cottage industry for skills development and training, as well as access to finance by the sector is critical. This will require a concerted effort through public-private partnership to ensure success. Government must implement measures to support small businesses and cooperatives need to scale up to ensure their impact is felt across all the sectors of the economy. The true impact across South African economy can only be felt if township economic revitalization is elevated and scaled up towards massive job creation, contribution towards growth in the gross domestic product of the country, and the promotion of inclusive and fair distribution of the economy. This we note that the government is seeking to achieve by promoting women and youth-owned cooperatives and enterprises through legislative framework that prioritize youth and women set base aside in local procurement. Targeted support and access to markets by women and youth-owned agricultural business and preferential procurement policies will, in a long term, ensure that township businesses generate necessary capital to build an asset and equity base. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government in the 6th administration has committed to drive innovation and digital revolution, increase levels of investment in the country, accelerate the provision of infrastructure to support the economy and meet the basic needs. transform and diversify the financial sector, consolidate support for small businesses and cooperatives, as well as to grow the township and the village economy. We need to take into consideration the opportunities provided by the fourth industrial revolution in helping grow our township economies, and this includes ensuring the development of information and communication technology infrastructure in our townships, such as Wi-Fi infrastructure to enable small township enterprises access to business cloud storage facilities and market their products online and services online. Honorable Chairperson, Elvis Gaulelo is a founder and executive director of Ekasi Entrepreneurs, a non-profit company dedicated to shaping the state of the township and rural areas through the development of township entrepreneurs, and say that if township entrepreneurs are ever going to be job creators, it is then necessary to ensure that proper infrastructure is put in place, creation of social capital, listening to what township entrepreneurs are saying and tell their success stories. And it will help attract much needed investment into local economies. Honorable Deputy Minister, through the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, government seeks to drive focused intervention to promote sectors that stimulate economic industrialization, meet the domestic demand and link economy to African and global value chains, provide suppliers to infrastructure projects, promote trade and absorb the unemployed, including semi-skilled and unskilled workers. Focused intervention should boost and build viable township economies that contributes towards the decentralization of the South African economy. Honorable Chairperson, a better and a thorough understanding of supply and value chain in the agricultural sector needs to be understood for the development and support of urban-rural market linkage that will support not only the township economies but help build economic capacity in rural economies. Rural economies are heavily reliant on agriculture production, and over the years, agricultural farming has declined, leading to a huge migration into the city center and leaving many rural families in poverty and unemployment. Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, the urban-rural market linkage will not only provide market opportunities for agricultural products produced in rural areas, taking stock of agri-packs, but will have a ripple effect in that township entrepreneurs will have, unlock new economic opportunities through this market linkage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable P.V. Mkhatshwa. Honorable Mkhatshwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson, the Chief Whip and Deputy Ministers, members of provincial executives, delegates from provinces, representatives of SALGA. Good afternoon. Chairperson, thank you very much for inviting us as the province to partake into this significantly important debate on township economy. It is our honor and privilege. We enter this debate on township economy mindful of the fact that the businesses operating in the township economic landscape were severely affected by the pandemic, and majority of them forced to close shops. And what is most painful is that our people had to endure the consequences of the devastating impact of this virus, which exacerbated their levels of poverty, unemployment, and further widened the gap of inequality. Chairperson, we came here to frame and mount the most compelling argument on how to build a self-reliant and vibrant township economy consistent with the theme of the debate. Before the township economy was circumscribed by the hard lockdown of 2020, it is important to indicate that our people already were confronted by tensions. The pandemic was superimposed on unresolved tension between the people and technology, and the township economy's inability to strive
has in many respects been as a result of the lack of access to internet. Chairperson, the aforementioned unresolved tension between the people and technology, if not swiftly addressed and as a matter of urgency, it will shape a new generation of inequalities, and it will undermine the concerted efforts we are making in our quest to build a robust, self-reliant and vibrant township economy. However, we must put it on record that the problems faced by our people and their economies in the townships and rural areas are not insurmountable. Our interventionist government of the people, under the stewardship of the ANC, led by the President Cyril Ramaphosa, is decisively responding to the unfolding factors strengthening to fracture our intention to build the working economy of our people in the townships. Our argument is consistent with the commitment made by the ANC in its 2019 election manifesto that we will grow small enterprises, cooperatives, and the township and village economies for economic transformation, job creation, and innovation, and encourage all forms of entrepreneurship. This is in pursuance with our quest to advance the national democratic revolution and create a non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa as we en route to the national democratic society anchored on the theory of the Freedom Charter. Chairperson, we are steadfast in our resolve to create a conducive environment for the small business sector operating in the township and informal economy to rise and thrive. We are using the intergovernmental political relations with the local spheres of government to put in place proper policy responses to the frustrations faced by trade in the township and informal economies by local municipalities. We are continuing to hold these ongoing conversations, and the newly introduced district development model will be used effectively to facilitate these conversations in order to share a common collective thinking and collaborative approach in resolving and supporting the township and informal economy. Chairperson, it is for this reason our economic reconstruction and recovery plan as the province of Mpumalanga that its strategic thrust is centered around the rebuilding of the rural and township economies through the rollout of the massive infrastructure projects, with the rollout of the broadband in the township areas being one of the priority interventions. And this is done in order to thwart the lingering tensions between the people and technology as expressed above. In Mpumalanga, Chairperson, we have taken deliberate steps to rebuild and support the economy from below. We have embarked into the SMME roadshow, and the function of our conversation with the SMMEs in the township and rural areas is primarily premised on the recalibrating of the economy from below through support of the informal business operators in the salons and car washes segments, just to mention a few. Chairperson, as the province of Mpumalanga, we have partnered with the Department of Small Business Development and their agencies, SIDA and SIFA, to roll out a very important scheme and program which speaks directly to the heartbeat of the township economy. The Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program is one of the significant programs of government which will help bakeries, auto body mechanics, butcheries, and Chisanyama's paza shops, textile and clothing to integrate and transform the township economy in order to withstand any shock and build its resilience. As a department charged with the responsibility of driving economic growth and development in the province of Mpumalanga and create decent jobs, working together with our agencies in the province, we have been instrumental and unambiguous in upholding this legislative mandate. And our strategic and immediate focus has been on uplifting the informal and township economy through supporting the businesses owned and operated by the historically disadvantaged individuals. Through the program of Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency called the Mpumalanga Youth Entrepreneurship Program, we supported the phalanx of young youth-owned businesses in the townships and around the province. Last month, during SMME Roadshow, I visited a clothing and textile business, which is a direct beneficiary of this program, in an area called Rukwatin in the Hartsibandi district, as an evaluative exercise to solicit the post-funding needs in order to guarantee viability and sustainability of the business. Working in partnership with Dunlop Tire South Africa, through their container program, we managed to assist the informal tire traders to be beneficiaries of this transformational catalyst initiative in the townships around the province. And once again, I visited one of the containers in the township of Matsulu in the Hlanzeni district. Our aim is really to revive this program to boost the township and informal economy through tire distribution network owned by our people. We are setting up industrial parks next to the people in the rural and township spaces with cutting-edge technological machinery in the different sectors of the economy of the province to be operated by our own people from the townships to enhance their productivity and boost their competitive advantage. In our efforts to strengthen support to SMMEs and cooperatives, we are currently developing the mining and metal technology park in the Emalahleni area, utilizing the Highveld Industrial Park as a foundation for this development. And this initiative is anchored on our industrial development plan. These are key priorities area designed to have linkages with the economics hosted in the townships. Chairperson, all of these strategic and deliberate initiatives are finding expression in our township and rural strategy, which seeks to make tangible interventions in the informal economy by empowering traders who operate their informal yet deriving income out of their efforts to be sustainable and grow. As an interventionist government imbued with the developmental outlook, we are unwavering in our resolve that for us to reposition the South Africa's economy post-COVID, we must have deliberate programs and schemes tailor-made at supporting the township-based businesses and, most importantly, help them to build ecosystems. Chairperson, the success of the township economy and its resilience is predicated on the peculiar systems of independence. Entrepreneurship is about ecosystems and the upstream value capture in the townships, especially when infrastructures like roads and schools are built. Its value chain should involve local entrepreneurs to supply bitumen and other construction inputs for the benefit of the local township economy. And these are some of the practical examples which are informing and shaping conversations in our IGR forums. Let's grow the economy of South Africa together by developing the conducive environment for the success of the township economy to be self-reliant and vibrant, to benefit our people and create the much-needed jobs. Chairperson, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Malibongwe. MEC. Malibongwe,
Thank you.
MEC.
The next speaker is going to be Honorable
Mpumalanga.
Honorable Mpumalanga, as you begin with your speech, I will hand over to Honorable Nyambi. So Mpumalanga can please go ahead, and Honorable Nyambi will take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Chairperson, townships were created as a labor concentration camps in order for white-owned industry to have endless supply of cheap, disabled labor, dispossessed, and landless for Black people. In the internal geopolitics of the country, townships were never designed to create or sustain any form of economy. Their primary purpose is to supply cheap labor to white industry. Townships are affected by the triple tragedy of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. They are by their nature characterized by poverty, adequate healthcare, lack of basic service, lack of water and sanitation, poor housing infrastructure, inadequate roads, leaving communities weak and vulnerable to shocks such as pandemics and civil unrest. There are by design spaces which are not fit for human living. There are spaces where the government violates human rights as communities live in inhuman, unhealthy conditions which are fearful, have rising crime rates, bucket system, and spillage of sewage. Spaces which were not meant to advance the development of Black people, as people in township are without land, without jobs. One needs no convincing that they were designed for Black people. Townships are defined by poverty, as communities face a number of challenges such as inadequate and unstable income, payments of high prices for goods and services, and lack of protection of the law.
that notwithstanding people still live there. People are taking a living out of the very difficult circumstances they find themselves in. The informal sector is largely a township-led economic activity, and millions of our people have sustained themselves for generating using that sector. This enables money and to circulate within communities, creating multiple effects on the economy and on social relations. Today, this very little that our people once had in township stands strengthened by the rapid spread of capitalist tentacles into the township under the guise of all-inclusive concept of township economy. The spread of shopping malls in the township is not township economy. It is a capitalist greed that has still continued to displace people and memories. Perhaps the recent KwaZulu-Natal shopping mall looting provided us with an opportunity to rethink the role which shopping malls play in our township. For we need to acknowledge malls for what they really are, as they draw in money but give back very little to the community. They provide jobs, but they do not generate genuine urban development. There are no productive activities emanating from these malls. Township or black produce vegetables are not sold at malls. Township initiatives do not find space at the malls. They are merely created to drive consumerist-based economy, which continue to benefit a small minority of those who own land, properties, and resources. Black people are not future in this very artificial economy. They have no malls to defend, but merely poor-paying jobs and cashier and petrol attendants. If there was to ever be a township economy, that economy must be based in changing the very nature of those who own the means of production. We know who lives in township. It must be these people who must be the driving force of any reconfiguration of the economy of the township. As people living in the township depending heavily on the informal sector and township economics for their livelihood. This is especially so after the impact of COVID-19. Township have been the hardest hit by COVID-19 as people are unable to go to work due to restrictions imposed by our never-ending lockdown. COVID-19 has devastated small business, with black owners losing the most. The lockdown period has led to the shutdown of business and industries in the township, resulting in the little economic activity, increasing the already high unemployment rate. This is a large concern at most businesses in the township. Respond to the direct needs of the communities in relation to food, liquor, household goods, airtime, hair care, service, and entertainment. This is also more concerning as it is women who tend to be more concentrated in the informal employment. So supporting working poor women in the township is a key pathway to reducing women poverty and gender inequality. Unemployment has always stood as a challenge facing people living in township, but it has under the ruling party worsened, especially with the lockdown imposed, leaving little to no chances for anyone, but especially the youth, of getting employed. The ruling party has shown time and time again that they have limited understanding and vision for the township economy, and this is evident in the decisive approach to development which it has undertaken so far. What is needed is a government which will prioritize the township economy. Solutions and services need to be brought to the fore, which will assist entrepreneurs and help them to secure the growth and sustainable income, while at the same time saving their communities and contribution to South African economic growth. Government have to prioritize the provision on infrastructure support that include access to office space, connectivity, and technology platform that enhance innovation, as some of the key barriers to entry and participating in township and rural areas is in the lack of infrastructure. Meaningful intervention are therefore needed in order to change the spatial
management of township economy and to provide job creation. As the EFF, we have on many occasions emphasized that rural and township development should not be confined to maintaining the rurality nor township. Instead, the Department of Rural Development should work closely with other government departments to uplift the economics of rural and township areas. As part of addressing the industrial development of rural areas and township, the state must identify and run industrial development zone in the following areas of economic potential, such as Sikukune in Limpopo, Bujanala in the Northwest, Kurumani in the Eastern Cape, Velcom in the Free State, Emalahleni in Wheatbank, Pumalanga, Overberg in the Western Cape, East London and Kucha in the Eastern Cape, Far North KwaZulu-Natal linked to Khosi Bay. This industrial development zone will open up opportunities to localities which have a high level of poverty. People must have access to land, the market, and conducive working environment. True economic development lies in these basic fundamental ideas, and these are not possible when we still have a state that primarily serves the interests of capital, such as the state we have here today. It is only through the EFF where economic emancipation to the people living in township can be achieved. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. Is Honorable Nyambi there? If he's not there, let's proceed for now with Honorable Mbogo. Honorable Mbogo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members present, reps from provinces, South African Local Government Association. Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, we are meeting at the end of the Women's Month when the incidences of violence against women are increasing in alarming proportions. This happens at a time when the government has put in place policies and programs that seek to economically empower women so they become independent and instead be part of the mainstream economy. I therefore pass my condolences to the bereaved families of those whose loved ones were taken away from them before their time and believe that justice will prevail. Honorable Chair, the economic devastation that has been brought to us by the COVID-19 can never be overemphasized. This pandemic has had a devastating effect in our economy, so much that our people have lost jobs and at worst they have lost lives. Although we pin our hopes on the vaccination program that we're undertaking as a country, it is, however, important that we learn to live with this virus. Sad to say, when we sought to contain the impact of the pandemic to the economy, we've had to withstand the nasty work of the forces of doom who went on rampage, setting our national efforts backwards through destabilizing the integrity of the country's system and the economy. The provinces of Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal are the hubs of our national economic infrastructure footprint, primarily that they are the key gateway centers of our foreign and internal pathways into and outside the country. Therefore, tampering with them will inevitably have an impact in other provinces. The second quarter labor force survey, as released by Stats SA recently, shows that our jobs situation is not improving. This is why, as the Eastern Cape, we have a focused plan on the revitalization of small towns and rural economy. The work that has been undertaken thus far in support of township economy sought to address the challenges of high employment prevalent in the township, high levels of poverty, lack of business opportunities for local enterprises. At the center of these challenges are vulnerable groups, the youth, women, and as well as those disabled. Honorable Chair, the Eastern Cape Provincial Government undertook a study in the year 2017-2018 to conduct a research and mapping exercise of township and rural economy, focusing on 4 identified pilot sites, namely Mdantsane, Sibeleni, Ngangeliso, and KwaZakhele, to get information on range of issues affecting the enterprises operating at township and rural space. The aim of the project was to develop a package of interventions that will address the needs of the townships and rural enterprises. It was discovered that many of these enterprises are informal and survivalist in nature. It was also discovered that these enterprises do not benefit from programs that assist with access to markets, finance, skills development, and generally government procurement opportunities. The kind of business activities prevalent in the township and rural areas include spaza shops, personal services, taxi industry, and light manufacturing and catering. The challenges faced by these enterprises include, amongst others, the lack of infrastructure, crime, access to finance, regulatory constraints in terms of license and permits, lack of businesses' skills to operate their businesses, strong competition from big business, especially at retail level. Spaza shops operated by foreign nationals that drove them out of the market because of lower prices, and government procurement framework that has excluded them as they are deemed to be unregistered and informal. Therefore, the recommendations of the study included a need for a more focused study for the entire province in order to understand the profiles of these enterprises, a drive for industrialization of the township economy through the establishment of industrial parks, focus on labor absorbing sectors, repositioning of townships to attract new investments, modernization of the retail sector by supporting local business owners to play an active role in available value chains of retail sector and reduction of red tape in government environment. To respond to some of the recommendations, the province has since embarked on a number of programs that seek to build a self-reliant and vibrant economy in township. The Eastern Cape province is a host to a number of state-owned industrial parks. And these state-owned industrial parks are located in regions closely linked to townships, and their focus is on manufacturing and agro-processing. To ensure these industrial hubs contribute to the province's drive to attract investment and creative jobs, these parks were onboarded by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition's Revitalization of Industrial Parks program. And through the Critical Infrastructure program and the Provincial Economic Stimulus Fund, funding to the value of over 200 million rand has been approved to ensure the upgrading of critical infrastructure in these parks. Each park is at a different level of development. The upgrading of the infrastructure aims to ensure the attraction of new investment to these parks. Honorable Chair, we have also put aside 40 million rand to support the township and rural-based enterprises as part of the economic recovery, reconstruction and recovery plan by designing the informal business support program. This program is aimed at providing both the financial and non-financial support to informal enterprises operating in the township and rural spaces. The focus is on 4 identified sectors, namely clothing and textile, manufacturing, automotive aftermarket support interventions, and services sector. The funding is intended to support 1,000 micro and informal businesses with equipment, machinery, and inputs to those successful applicants. The rollout is done in collaboration with other government departments. The program is similar to the one rolled out by the Department of Small Business Development, COVID-19 Relief Fund, supporting township and rural enterprises across 8 provinces. As a province, we realized that it would need a policy framework in order to guide the government departments and other stakeholders for support of township and rural economy initiative, as the envisaged programs cut across a number of sectors and a considerable amount of resources will be required to scale up some of the business activities found in these areas. The fundamental challenge remains the fragmented approach in dealing with spatial planning in these areas. It's a known fact that these areas were never set up as places that can be adapted to be business sites. They were labor reserves with no intention to develop them further. Therefore, a new shift of mind is needed in terms of spatial planning to make these areas places where jobs can be created and where lucrative businesses are established. In that regard, the Eastern Cape province has commenced a process of developing a white paper that will culminate in the development of the Eastern Cape Provincial Township and Rural Economies Bill. The objective of this bill is to address challenges that result from gaps in regulations that have relegated these enterprises to obscurity, as it will allow a review of some of the bylaws by local municipalities that makes compliance an onerous process. I believe a more consultative process will be pursued to engage all relevant stakeholders in the build-up of the white paper, as well as to learn lessons from other provinces and elsewhere where this has been implemented. At policy level, We need a more coherent approach that will mobilize all sector departments across all spheres of government to collaborate and share resources in a more effective manner through joint planning and resource utilization.
As you conclude, Honorable Mvoko.
The province needs to have complementary programs at local levels to change the challenges of the local enterprises for the better and therefore achieve our ultimate goal of building a self-reliant and vibrant economy in our townships. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable H.S. Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. South Africans in townships have most certainly reached the end of their tether. How could they not, when, as South Africans, they are faced with the highest unemployment rate in the world among 82 countries monitored by Bloomberg? The massive unemployment rate, which now sits at 34.4%, is further exacerbated by the fact that when the youth demographic of under 24-year-olds is isolated, a staggering 74.8% cannot find jobs. The constant promises made by this failing government to improve the quality of the lives of these residents have fallen on deaf ears, with increased levels of poverty, food insecurity, and the potential of more social unrest, as was experienced in July of this year in KZN and Gauteng. This, Honourable Chair, is a time bomb waiting to explode. An economic strategy for reviving South African townships is an absolute necessity, and policymakers, together with service providers, need to take a deep and serious look at the realities facing the residents of townships. The never-ending discussions on economic transformation, inclusive growth, and competitiveness are but empty words, as it appears as if policymakers in government and the decision makers in the private sector are struggling to grasp what is needed for implementation. The lack of information and the available of accurate data is in all probability also inaccurate. If this reality is not faced head on, then many opportunities will be missed. The inclusion of people of townships into the main economy will be one of the key game changers, albeit the Premier of Gauteng, Honourable Makura, in his State of the Premier address in June 2014. It is again proof of a vision of government to build an inclusive, labour-absorbing and growing market with no will to actually cross the line to implement these visions. Honourable Chair, draft bills are being published like the Gauteng Township Economic Development Bill, which seeks to reserve certain economic activities in townships for citizens or those with permanent residence status. Honourable Chair, this will do nothing to save Gauteng's economy, but could spark a surge of uprisings that this country cannot afford. To mention the word township in any context automatically brings mental images of the harsh contrast of abject poverty on the one hand to the absolute wealth of their neighbours in the more affluent areas. This must be the key focus of government when any economic development is discussed. Unfortunately, South Africa is burdened by a history of inequality, and it is therefore incumbent upon government to play a leading role in addressing these inequalities. This duty is founded in the Constitution as well as the various municipalities' integrated development plans. It is clear, Honourable Chair, that all stakeholders need to take hands in addressing and alleviating all structural inequality through social mobility for all residents. The governing party can no longer play the race game by blaming the apartheid regime, as they have these past 27 years, as they have also done very little to grow the economy to address the ever-growing unemployment crisis. On July 28, 2020, the then Minister of Small Business Development, in her budget speech, indicated how government would focus on ensuring that township economies are revived, including both the formal and informal trade, together with the small and medium business perspectives. She also revealed that in the 2020-21 financial year, more than 14,000 entrepreneurs and businesses benefited from various township and rural entrepreneurship programs, TREP subsidies. She gave a clear message that through the prioritization of TREP to the value of 694 million, the focus will be on strengthening of informal businesses, creating markets for small, medium, and micro enterprises, and promoting localization and industrialization. Honorable Chair, there is no doubt that townships must be a critical focus through the 5-year Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program, and if implemented correctly, can lead to assisting businesses to flourish in our townships, which will in turn lead to the employment of residents, which will in turn lead to improving their lives and livelihoods. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the support given through the implementing agents of the Small Business Development Department, SEDA and SEFA, is all good and well. It would therefore be of note if the newly appointed minister can inform the House of the 14,000 businesses that receive subsidies, what businesses they operate, how many of these businesses are youth and women owned, how many employees, especially the youth, have benefited, and lastly, where they operate and how many of these businesses are still viable, especially in Gauteng and KZN, after the riots that killed many businesses and left many families destitute. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Mpotau. Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, members of the NCOP, and representatives of SALCA, colleagues from national and provincial government, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to reflect on my task today, which is to speak about building a resilient and vibrant township economy. I speak from the perspective of understanding our position and aspiration to build Gauteng into a globally competitive city region. The Gauteng city region is a complex region that is faced with complex challenges and opportunities. It is a place where many wishes would and come to life to live, work, and play. What have we done to make this a reality? As a provincial government, we have adopted the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy, which specifically commits us to growth that deliberately targets these areas and the people who experience the highest structural disadvantage. Practically, this means we are rebuilding and radically ramping up the growth of the Gauteng city region with specific and important objectives that go beyond mere economic growth. We have acknowledged that the disadvantage in our province intersects strongly with where you live and how formal your access to the economy is. Without a doubt, townships and informal settlements represent geographic and demographic spaces that represent South Africa's lived reality of continued class and racial inequality. In order to mitigate this disadvantage, we've repositioned ourselves to put in place a Township Economic Development Bill, to establish dynamic partnerships that enable us to focus on implementation and ensure that the Gauteng economy does grow in order to build a self-resilient and vibrant township economy. To create blended financing schemes that create inclusivity through both grants and loans, and to facilitate spatial targeting of townships as enterprise zones using regulations through benefit stacking, which is critical to unlocking opportunities for the disadvantaged. Tackling the issue of broad-based Black economic empowerment, procurement, and enterprise supply development head-on is part of this agenda. This is what Gauteng will now be doing under our proposed Township Economic Development Bill, establishing new township enterprise zones, which will deliberately and systematically diversify the economy of our townships. Honorable Chair, allow me to first focus on creating a legislative and regulatory framework that will enable and support accelerated economic development in our townships. Our new proposed Township Economic Development Act will do this by, among other measures, changing how townships are regulated and governed to transform them into zones of widespread job-creating commercial activity to be designated as township enterprise zones. These township enterprise zones will be subject to new standardized bylaws which dramatically cut the red tape for township businesses when it comes to licensing, zoning, and other compliance issues. These bylaws will also incentivize the installation of last-mile broadband in townships, as well as promoting the taxi and backyard rental economies. The taxi economy is a major frontier of gender inclusion we have to conquer. Only 2% of taxi owners are women, and the taxi system is far too tolerant of sexist, abusive, and often harassing behavior. Next, we're looking at setting up better procurement rules and programmatic support which allow government and its main contractors to buy from large groups of township-based firms with systems linking them so they can supply if they were one large firm, including clusters of small manufacturers. Our plan is to then offer this capability to the private sector, which is 10 times the size of government in this province when measured by spending. And also creating a permanent township funding mandate which established a township growth SMME fund. Honorable Chair and members, inequality, poverty, and unemployment remain our collective challenges. Recently, our Gauteng Department of Economic Development conducted one of the largest baseline surveys ever taken of small and micro businesses operating in Gauteng's 9 densest townships in 2017, reaching over 80,000 small businesses in the townships. Through this research, we learned that 9 out of 10 township businesses do not have a business bank account. These operate outside the regulated space. The multiple shocks of the last year hit businesses and their workers hardest. Informal workers have no eligibility to the TERS scheme. Cash-only uninsured businesses have no recourse to SASRIA. We do businesses in townships no favor when we insist on hard to meet formal standards as a condition for being licensed to operate, as a condition of accessing funding, or even as a lockout clause when it comes to being part of public or private value chains. But we also do the poor and marginalized no favors by sentimentalizing their vulnerability. It is those who are unregulated, 90% of township businesses and their workers that are suffering the most. Honorable members, we need to create a meaningful access to funding for SMMEs that can grow and create jobs, but are locked out when banks and DFIs ask for things such as audited financial statements, collateral, and banking history. The answer we have found is to work with smart platforms, which almost universally are not banks. Specifically, 250 million rand from the Gauteng provincial government is being allocated into a wholesale fund that leverages both public and private money. This money will now be loaned out to platforms that can run portfolios of loans to small, medium, and micro firms operating in the townships. We announced on this platform last week that the GEP, which is the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, and the IDC have deployed 100 million rand from this fund and funds from the IDC to a rapid deployment township rebuilding fund. This fund was launched on the 24th of August 2021. This provides for funding that is 50% grant and 50% loan with a cap of 1 million rand for smaller businesses in distress and up to 50,000 grant for funding of informal businesses. 166 applications have so far been received and are currently being processed, with the first disbursements projected for the next week. This is only the beginning of what we have estimated will be close to R1 billion worth of financing solutions that we would be able to disburse through intermediaries, especially those who will match our investments. The investment committees we've established with the IDC are currently in discussion to ensure that those who have committed to match us rand for rand and partner with us on rebuilding funding for township distressed firms will be accommodated. We're also looking at the working capital fund and stock loan credit and purchase order financing to township-based enterprises, which are linked to non-bank intermediaries. We're also looking at the capital investment scheme and also considering a backyard shack upgrade program as part of our township enterprise development initiatives. Honorable members, our interventions are trying to unlock challenges, reduce the burden of red tape and the cost of doing business, and create opportunities.
As you prepare to conclude, Honorable Dow.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Our last comment is that society has been very patient with us. We have no choice but to focus on implementation to build self-reliant and vibrant township economies. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much. As Honorable Ngwenya takes over the chairing and of presiding, I call on Honorable R. Pillay. I call on Honorable R. Pillay to address the sitting of the NCOP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, Honorable members, SALGA representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity to be part of this very important debate, focusing on how we can stimulate township economies so that our townships are vibrant and self-reliant. I dare say, and many speakers have already alluded to that, the same principles underpinning the township renewal and revival will also underpin the approach to our very significant rural areas in KwaZulu-Natal, even peri-urban areas which have a different characteristic or different aspects of their characterization, and of course, informal settlements. As the honorable members would be aware, we in KwaZulu-Natal are currently engaged in a very intensive rebuilding process following the devastation we suffered as a result of the July civil unrest. And therefore, this debate is being held at a very opportune time because stimulating township and rural economy are at the center of our recovery efforts. But even before the unrest happened, we are already hard at work trying to revive our economy from the destruction caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and working together with labor, civil society, and business, we developed and adopted the province's economic reconstruction, recovery, and transformation plan, which is our blueprint to economic recovery. As the name makes it clear, with this plan, our aim is not just to recover the economy to what it was before COVID-19, but we also want to ensure that we emerge with a different, a new, and inclusive economy. This must be an economy in which all our people feel they have a stake. Honorable members, a very significant amount of the damage resulting from the July unrest was actually at township malls, plazas, and business estates. And post the unrest, we have sought to understand the causes behind, or the causal factors behind this phenomenon. Yes, there was a very big element of criminality, and we are satisfied with the manner in which our law enforcement agencies have been proceeding to ensure that those behind the acts are brought to book. But there are also, as many speakers have already enunciated, glaring socio-economic challenges that must be at the center of our response. We believe that those challenges made our people vulnerable to manipulation by forces of chaos. So no one indeed, we're pleased to know, is disputing that our sisters and brothers in townships and rural areas are at the sharpest receiving end of our triple challenges. Too many feel left out of the economy. They see some of the economic infrastructure, including the malls which have sprung up, as not having done very much to alleviate their suffering. And this is something that we need to unpack very carefully and not throw the baby out with the bathwater. If we are to take a township like Edendale, where the entire mall was destroyed, it provided 2,200 employees with jobs. There was also significant empowerment initiatives. And we can look at an example of someone like Sanele Vilagazi, who started outside the mall as a vendor. And and he's only 36 years old now. 10 years ago, he started off as a vendor outside the mall. Through his initiative, he progressed to get a place inside the mall. A week before the unrest, he had 3 businesses: a restaurant, a Afro-herbal business, and one other which I can't recall at the moment. He was employing a total of 60 people. Obviously, he lost everything. And he was the kind of example that we were looking to inspire others. In fact, it personified what we wanted to do at a massified level. So we are seriously looking at how we then remodel shopping centers or malls so that it talks more effectively to the needs of our people in the townships and rural areas. And this requires a conversation between all our sectors, because the capital required to develop it, the jobs that are created by bigger businesses are required, but there has to be a balance where people feel a genuine sense of ownership of it. So as we engage in the process of rebuilding, we have started discussing new ways of doing things. And as I said, even new models of even ownership, not just in terms of the tenant mix, but also new models of ownership. We're starting to look at the taxi industry, which has been studied, I know, for a long time, but surely we believe that the taxi industry will be able to mobilize capital sufficiently to own significant percentages of the malls and therefore have a stake in these business enterprises. In KwaZulu-Natal too, we are guided by the township and rural economy revitalization strategy. We also analyzed our townships and discovered that 95% of our businesses within our townships are micro and informal. A very interesting fact that came out of that study was that the majority are young adults who are otherwise unemployed, but about half of them actually have a post-matric qualification. And so this means that much of our interventions should be focused on how to capacitate the businesses, how to support informal businesses with infrastructure, and I'll speak a bit about some of our programs if time allows, and how we will capacitate the entrepreneurs running these. We must ensure that those who need the accreditation, training, and access to finance in particular and other services get those services. We realize that the threat to some of the businesses is a tough competition that they face from bigger and better resource players. So another focus of our interventions are geared towards making our township businesses competitive. So what have we done beyond the rhetoric in terms of practical programs? Because there's no perfect formula. In many cases, we have to experiment and see what works. So we have, under the leadership of our Premier, launched the Operation Vula program. That started off by analyzing our procurement spend, which is many billions of rands. And we asked, where are we buying these things from? And why can't we buy them from businesses that are located in townships and rural areas? Of course, that's not going to happen just by magic. It has to be built. Capacity has to be created. So in this last few months, and it will conclude by the end of September, there was over 1,029 SMMEs will be the beneficiaries throughout the province, will be the beneficiaries of a 300 million grant that seeks to give them equipment and other infrastructure in order to build the capacity to become competitive, as our theory says we want to do. But beyond that, we're giving them post-grant support in terms of financial management, in terms of operational efficiency, but most importantly is access to market. There's no point in them being able to produce things if they cannot sell it at a reasonable price, which makes their businesses viable. And we're very pleased that we have managed to secure many off-take agreements, including with many of the chain stores who said they will buy whatever they produce and put it onto their shelves. The second program is the RACET, which is the same principle, but focused more on agriculture. And there, the Department of Agriculture is supporting the production, and that's going to take people from subsistence farming to smallholding farming, and then to commercial farming. So it's giving them support in terms of seeds, in terms of fertilizer, in terms of mechanization. We're then giving them logistical support to get it to market, and lastly, again, securing the market through many of the chains which have agreed to take their produce. Of course, one of the original motivations for this program was to use the National School Nutrition Program, where we as government are providing the money to feed our children. The question is, where are the service providers buying that groceries and fruits and vegetables from in order to meet that obligation? And we're saying we must make it possible for them to buy from the local producers. We then have a bulk buying program, because many of our small enterprises say they can't compete effectively. So we have a bulk buying program which is being rolled out so that it can be bought in bulk and discount, and then give the benefit of that to our small traders. We then have the Mzimele Traders Fund, which has two components, which gives a grant. The grant is meant to help people replenish their stock, but then there's also a loan, which is intended to improve their infrastructure, whether it's in terms of the shelter, especially security-related infrastructure, and also in relation to IT, simple equipment that will enable purchasers or even people who are receiving grants to be able to access their grants through that technology through our small enterprises. An earlier speaker spoke of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'm pleased to report, Honorable Chairperson, that I am returning from Nairobi this morning, actually. And I was there in Nairobi following a delegation to Ghana last week, and there will be another into Egypt in the weeks ahead, all of which is planning the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, which will happen in November in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. And that's in partnership with the Afrexim Bank and the AU and the Secretariat of the African Free Trade Agreement implementing agent. And we hope to have many thousands of delegates there, all directed towards walking the talk of intra-African trade. And of course, you can't trade. We don't want to trade with stuff that comes from outside the country. We want to trade with what we produce ourselves. And that's a very, very inspiring thing. Of course,
as you conclude,
central to all of this is the localization, which many have spoken about. And I'm sure that many who are at the cold face of it would know the legal problems we have to enforce localization. Therefore, the new procurement bill, which is in the system, I understand, is going to be quite critical to enable all our supply chain managers to be able to implement this. So we'd urge the legislature as well to, and the Ministry of Finance, of course, to make sure that that new procurement bill talks to the objectives that we want to achieve. Finally, Chair, let me say that critical to all of this is us working together. In KwaZulu-Natal, we have a social compact between government, business, labor, and civil society. We want that to be cascaded down to district levels and ultimately to local municipality level, where all these stakeholders are working together. Breaking the cycle of poverty in our townships and rural areas is in our hands, but it will require focused attention and aggressive, determined implementation of these targeted programs. Madam Chair, I thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you, MEC. The next speaker is Honorable Mama Rehan, African National Congress. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to Honorable Deputy Ministers. Honorable Chairperson, Studies conducted globally indicate that more women are turning to business than ever before. When considering statistics across other international industries, the global number of female entrepreneurs has grown over 10% each year. Women are equally as likely or more likely to start a business than men. According to reports from the World Bank, Africa is among one of the highest regions for female entrepreneurs in the world at 27%, followed closely by Europe at 24% and Asia Pacific at 13%. However, at the bottom of the continent, South African women remain in the minority for female business leaders. Over half of the South African population is women, yet only 18.8% of businesses are owned by women, aligned with the global rates. Why is this the case? Firstly, an exploration into women in business in Africa found that most women and young people in South Africa are unemployed and living in poverty. Therefore, some are compelled into choosing business as their career, forcing them to become self-employed in micro enterprise projects such as chicken farming or sewing. Secondly, research has found that women struggle to gain funding from banks for their business ideas, with the financing gap for women in sub-Saharan Africa being more than 300 billion rand. Thirdly, a huge number of South African women underestimate their abilities due to the way they have been socialized about attitudes to gender. Through bias in education and societal expectation, women haven't been raised to be leaders, are often perceived negatively when assertive, and have internalized low confidence and fear of failure. The International Labour Conference of the ILO in the June 2009 resolution considered gender equality at the heart of decent work. It described entrenched gender oppression as a critical and major global challenge to the goal of equality between women and men. In South Africa, racial oppression, capitalist exploitation, and patriarchy have reinforced each other for decades as the pillars of the apartheid system. The new South African Constitution that set in motion the democratic transformation of systems and laws of our country has put gender equality as a priority. However, in spite of years of work by government and the private sector, our economy is still characterized by unsecure forms of work made up of a range of contractual relations such as temporary work and employment agencies engaged in outsourcing of labor. Even more concerning, South Africa today has recorded an all-time high real unemployment rate of 44.4%, with women accounting for 36.8%. The unemployment rate among Black African women is 41.0%, compared to 8.2% among white women, 22.4% among Indians women and amongst Indian women, and 29.9% among colored women. The rate of unemployment among women was 36.8% in the second quarter of 2021, compared to 32.4% for men, according to the official definition of unemployment. The high concentration of women in low-paid jobs with limited access to job security and benefits have contributed to the increasing feminization of poverty. Owing to the rapid disappearance of secure, well-paying jobs in the formal sector, more women have resorted to opening their own businesses, many of which are informal by nature. The informal sector, particularly in townships, is predominantly occupied by women. This sector supports thousands of families and provides poor and working class families with affordable and readily available goods and services. On financing, Honorable Chairperson, government policies seek to transform and diversify the financial sector to cater for the diverse needs of entrepreneurs in townships and rural areas. These policies have gone a long way towards facilitating the creation of enabling environment for the ownership of financial institutions by women, Black people, and the youth. This House must welcome initiatives such as the 250 million rand partnership between the Itala SOC Limited, based in eThekwini in KwaZulu-Natal, and FinTech Black Pay, which will see the startup support the bank's clients and entrepreneurs in obtaining finance. Its role be to simplify the process and ensure easily access to capital for assets. It will help township and rural-based South Africans claim a stake in the country's mainstream economy by financing township and rural development through home loans, building of backyard flats, purchasing of taxi vehicles credit, while prioritizing women and young people. Itala Bank offers a full range of financial services with the aim of providing them in remote areas of KwaZulu-Natal, while also contributing to provinces' socio-economic development. The institution has recognized that significant part of its work should be improvement of the lives and livelihoods of our people. Such organizations must be supported or created in all our provinces if are to transform socio-economic conditions, particularly of women and the poor in townships. On tourism and women, Honorable Chairperson, the tourism sector has been identified as a key driver of our country's economic recovery. It has a multiplier effect on jobs creation as it has links with many other sectors in its value chain who supply tourist establishments with products and services such as transport, food, beverages, and many other goods and services. However, beyond the threats to health and livelihoods of the COVID-19 pandemic has thrown a wrench into the gains of this sector. Unfortunately, women bear the brunt of the impact of the pandemic due to their large numbers within the tourism industry as workers and owners of small operations in particular. Nevertheless, the ANC welcomes the programs created by the Department of Tourism targeting women and youth in and around townships. We must encourage young people to join the 2 skills development programs that the department has launched, the chefs training and wine service training programs. We must also encourage women to join the Women in Tourism initiative, which has a chapter in all our 9 provinces. The Women in Tourism program propels and supports the development and empowerment of women in the tourism sector. It is premised on the principles of respect, recognition, representation, and reward. The program integrates women from diverse backgrounds to converge on a set of common goals and interests that ensure that success in the sector. Its aims include identifying mechanisms to address the barriers faced by women in the tourism sector, to drive transformation in the tourism sector that is aligned to the targets set out in the BBBEE Tourism Sector Code, to lobby government and stakeholders to create opportunities that drive the advancement of the women in the sector and facilitate access to business resources, information, and opportunities for women entrepreneurs in tourism. It is through this and other similar programs that women in business are able to attain training on a variety of skills, empowerment, and networking opportunities that facilitate the competitiveness as entrepreneurs, professionals, and leaders. To guide Many small businesses, including self-employed individuals, freelancers, and contract workers, were unable to comply with the minimum requirements to access available COVID relief measures being offered by the Department of Tourism. In order to address this challenge, the Department of Tourism hosted a series of sessions covering topics focusing on tax requirements, business registration, and contract management. These initiatives were started to support tour guides to have a better understanding of the various compliance issues and to equip them to access financial opportunities with greater ease. This information helps tour guides from the township who sometimes do not own formal businesses. Women and Townships honorable members, allow me to profile a remarkable woman who has been thriving in township economy under the subsector of Shisanyama. Rita Zwan owns 4 restaurants in Gauteng. Her newest African Kaizen experience is at the Mall of Tembisa. Her humble beginnings started in a 6 meter times 2 meters contained on a busy corner in Ivory Park. Almost 25 years later, Rita has successfully disrupted the food and beverage sector in South Africa and contributed immensely to development of the township economy of South Africa. Like many women of our country, Rita struggled to get finance. Honorable Chairperson, there is definitely more work that can be done towards supporting women in the township economy. This can be through financial and non-financial support. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next member is Honorable Ma Ngwezi, IFP. Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Ngwezi.
Honorable House Chairperson.
Yes.
Honorable members, allow me to debate on behalf of Umbutho Omkhulu weNkatha Yenkululeko Yesizwe. The discussion about the township economy is a difficult one that we should only have if we are truly committed to addressing the controversies that arise. For a long time, the township economy has been an object of pride, but also a mark of shame to many of us. On the other hand, the township economy incubated many Black-owned businesses that we see today. Many successful Black business and businesswomen come from the townships. They started there. On the other hand, the participation of the people of townships in their economy has been diminished. This is due to several factors, including the invasion of township by big retailers and the internal migration of our people to more urban centers than contain services, such as police stations. While the people in townships struggle for jobs and survival, some people have seen a massive opportunity to make profit. This is due to economic power imbalances. Owners of large enterprises that provide services to the township hold monopoly of the township economy, and sometimes the development of a township is seen as a threat to their businesses. However, at the same time, our people need a sustainable economy that can be built on foundations of legitimate and recurring business. The revitalization of township economy must build a self-reliant population. Its growth and development must benefit the people who stay there. The principles of the IFP and our President Emeritus, the Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, have always sought to bring township dwellers out of poverty cycle by teaching self-reliance and sustainability. After 26 years into our democracy, the first
of our born frays are of the age to contribute to the economy, yet they are faced with being trapped in the same cycle of poverty given high unemployment rate. It is concerning that for so long after the dawn of democracy, this government has failed to enact legislation to govern the township economy. The township economy has become a free-for-all, including the giants that make it almost impossible for the vulnerable people in the townships to participate meaningfully in their economy. And this, Honorable House Chairperson, must change. Thank you.
Honorable Member, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next member is Honorable Deputy Minister of Tourism, Honorable Mahlalele. Honorable Mahlalele, Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. It's Mahlalela.
Mahlalela.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Deputy Ministers who are present, MECs from various provinces, SALGA, members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I rise today to address the National Council of Provinces on a very important debate central to the growth of our economy and development of our country. This debate takes place during a difficult period in the history of humankind since the Spanish flu, also known as the Great Influenza pandemic of 1918. The nations of the world are engulfed by yet another pandemic, the COVID-19. This pandemic has disrupted lives and livelihoods of the citizens, economies and social cohesion across the world. It has further taken lives away, leaving many families destitute. We are raising this chair to illustrate the manner in which the pandemic has affected, in particular, tourism. Tourism has been the hardest hit because everything is about traveling. And once you introduce restrictions on traveling, you then affect tourism to be able to function. We are, however, encouraged by the response of the ANC-led government on the risk mitigation strategies and the vaccine rollout programs to defeat this pandemic and bring back economic activities to its full scale. We are looking forward to achieving herd immunity in the near future, because for a tourism to come back to its feet, a vaccination becomes very key. Honorable House Chair, notwithstanding the sad development brought about the COVID-19 pandemic, as we have mentioned above, we are truly excited that this important debate takes place during the tourism month. September is the tourism month worldwide. The United Nations World Tourism Organization, UNWTO, has declared this year, 2021, as the year of tourism for inclusive growth. This theme builds forward from the theme of the year 2021, that is last year, of which tourism and rural development was the theme, and resonate well with the transformation goal of our country. But most importantly, a theme of tourism for inclusive growth responds very well to the theme of this House as we engage in this debate today, a call to build a self-reliant and vibrant townships economy. These two themes go hand in hand in the sense that There can never be inclusive growth without self-reliant and a vibrant townships economy. Furthermore, there can never be a vibrant township economy without tampering with the base and the superstructure of our economy. Unleash wholesale transformation and bring in our people whom are Black in majority in the economy, in the economic activities of our country. Most importantly, it is in this house as our country continues to mark the 25th anniversary of its freedom and democracy, anniversary in which must remind us how far we've come as a brand and a destination. Over the past years since our democracy, we've tirelessly worked towards the development of Destination South Africa as a first port of call for tourism and investment in the Southern Hemisphere and in the world over. Honorable members, tourism continues to find a strong footprint in townships, small towns, rural areas, and dorps. And the focus in the future is very optimistic. We are fully aware that its full potential remains vastly untapped in the townships and in villages, which potentially we all know that if exploited, could catalyze and sustain rapid economic growth. We want to assure this House, as the sixth administration led by President Ramaphosa, of our political will and a demonstration of readiness of our government to reposition the townships and rural tourism development as an anchor for self-reliant and vibrant local economic development. As we enter the third decade of our second millennium, we shall do so inspired by the words of one of our revolutionary mother of the nation, Mae Charlotte Manyema Xeke, when she once said, "This work is not for yourself. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you can rise, bring someone with you." We therefore can confidently say that we debate here today with a collective commitment of our governments to grow the tourism sector in the townships and villages, and carries the aspirations of millions of South Africans whose hopes hinges on tourism propelling them through the path of growth, recovery, self-reliant, and vibrant townships economy. Townships fit within the developmental zone where tourism potential exists. It will be within clearly definable spatial areas or precincts. This is the responsibility of local government. However, development of tourism economy in townships and villages is underpinned by a correlation of the three spheres of government working together to achieve a common developmental goals. As honorable members are aware that tourism is a Schedule 4 function which is concurrent within the three spheres of government. This work is coordinated under a newly structured district development model. Since 2017, the department has undertaken the following capacity building programs. In 2017-18, we managed to develop destination planning manual and principal planning methodology. In 2018-19, we conducted training on manual and methodology for municipalities, districts, and provinces. In 2018, also the department developed a tourism investment market analysis framework, training assistance to individual municipalities. In 2019, we have developed the niche development and market methodologies and conducted training to various municipalities. There are precinct plans that we have managed to complete townships, economic activities in Khalashiwe, in Khayelitsha, in Tanzania, Vilakazi Street, Kleins, Carnarvon, and Port St. John's, to mention the few. We've also introduced market support program as a mechanism to reduce the cost burden on small business enterprises from the townships and villages to participate in selected international trade platforms based on the rationale that improved market access not only drives higher revenue and export earnings, but the associated increase in demand will also inform enterprise growth and expansion, which in turn will lead to a greater job creation. We also introduced green tourism incentive programs against the backdrop of ongoing electricity supply challenges, escalating electricity prices, and drought conditions in many parts of our country. The rationale for introducing the green tourism incentive program was to encourage private sector tourism enterprises to move towards more efficient energy source and water usage that will not only ensure an uninterrupted visitor experience for tourists, but will also reduce input cost and facilitate increased competitiveness and operational sustainability in the tourism sector. Most of our focus on this program is targeting small businesses in the townships and in the rural areas. We further introduced Tourism Transformation Fund in recognizing the slow pace and extent of transformation in the tourism sector. The Tourism Transformation Funds aim to drive transformation in the tourism sector and catalyze the rise of new generation of Black-owned tourism enterprise. The Tourism Transformation Funds offers a combination of grant funding, debt fund finance, and equity contribution to facilitate capital investment in new and expansion projects in the new tourism sector for Black-owned enterprises. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has caused unimaginable damage to global tourism, travel, and the hospitality industry. It has not only caused huge loss of lives and continues to do so, but is leaving behind a trail of havoc on the world's economy. We have seen many cycles of downturn in the tourism industry for over decades due to health crisis. However, never before has there been so much panic, despair, and hopelessness as caused by the COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has swept across the globe within a matter of weeks, has not only had a significant impact on the public health, it has also severely affected one of the linchpins of the global economy, that is the tourism sector. As a department, we've introduced Tourism Relief Fund for COVID-19 to provide an amount of 50,000 once-off capped grant assisted to small and micro enterprise in the tourism sector to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 in order to ensure sustainability. Majority of businesses who were assisted are based in the rural provinces of our country and continue to operate as we speak here today. This is over and above an ongoing work of identifying special economic zones and industrial parks with tourism potential as pivotal to economic reconstruction and recovery plan. These programs and projects, as alluded earlier, are geared to attract private sector investment in the townships and link townships and rural small businesses to the mainstream economic value chain. As one and only longest serving president of our glorious liberation movement once said, or Artambo once said, we have a vision of South Africa in which black and white shall live and work together as equals in conditions of peace and prosperity, close quote. We look forward to build a township economy for inclusive growth and a self-reliant and a vibrant local economy. These tasks are now challenges are lying ahead, but we are confident we shall overcome. We shall build a self-reliant and a vibrant townships economy by making sure that we implement our tourism sector recovery plan, which has got 3 pillars, of which most of this work will be focusing on improving development of new products, mainly in the townships and in the rural areas, so that we make sure that we transform the tourism sector and make sure that it becomes beneficiary to all South Africans. Thank you very much.
Happy belated, Commissar.
Siyabonga, DP, DM.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order. Thanks, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable Depraying. FF plus, Honorable Depraying.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'm sure we all agree on the importance of developing economically healthy townships, as it has the potential to make a significantly positive difference in the lives of thousands of small and medium enterprises and entrepreneurs across South Africa. But having said that, we must admit that government has failed the people in townships in this regard in the past 26 years. Die ANC het die geleentheid gehad om daadwerklike ekonomiese verligting te bring aan die burgers van Suid-Afrika, maar het in plaas daarvan eerder
opportunity to bring relief for the citizens of South.
Ten koste van die arme mense wat onder die regerende posisie ingestem het. At the expense of hoeveel besigheidsparke en sentrums gebou sou kan word met die 255 miljoen wat gesteel is in die asbestoskandaal, of hoeveel nuwe infrastruktuur in belê kon word met die sowat 500 miljard rand wat verlore gegaan het as gevolg van staatskaping. En so gaan die lys van voorbeelde aan en aan, amper tot vervelings. If the government is truly serious about economic township development, it will sufficiently invested in infrastructure to create a suitable environment for entrepreneurs to operate their businesses in. You can't expect anyone to run a business, big or small, without basic services like decent roads, running water, and electricity, as is unfortunately still after 26 years of so-called democracy, not the reality in many townships across South Africa. Funds that are available through the equitable share are underspent yearly at the cost of those in need in townships, and once again illustrates the government's inability to govern in the interest of its people. Begin by die begin. Belê in infrastruktuur. Skep 'n veilige omgewing vir besighede en die publiek. Belê in voldoende publieke vervoer en skep 'n gunstige ekonomiese klimaat. Dan sal daar verligting kom in townships en sal ontwikkeling bevorder word. Maar ongelukkig was dit nie die geval die laaste 26 jaar. Tot en met die ANC nie die belange van sy mense bo homself plaas, sal al hierdie debatte en slim plannetjies geen vrugte werk nie. The current state of our townships is directly to blame on the governing ANC, and until it is admitted, there will be little chance of change or relief. Stop failing your people and go back and start with the basics. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Councillor R. Matabe, Salga.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to Chairperson of the NCOP. Greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Ministers, MECs, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Chief Whip of the NCOP, House of Chairpersons, Honorable Members of the NCOP, Special Delegates. We meet at a time where COVID-19 pandemic continues to threaten lives and livelihoods, though we're finally beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. While the impact of COVID has been felt across the spectrum, the township economy has been notably hit the hardest, particularly due to its fragile nature. Nowhere in the impact of COVID more acutely felt than in this segment of the economy. The pandemic has further amplified the deep and chronic inequalities bedeviling our country. While these structural inequalities were prevalent pre-COVID, they have nevertheless become more glaring during the pandemic. Honorable Chair, The township economy remains key to South Africa's economic growth projects. Our townships are vibrant space full of economic vitality, endowed with immeasurable potential and spirit of entrepreneurship. As government, we are therefore duty-bound to play our part in harnessing and strengthening the township business ecosystem through, in part, improving access to support services and finance, enhancing skills and capabilities, and accelerating digitization as to enable our complete reorientation of the township economy, where townships are elevated into economic hubs for manufacturing and production, and not consumption sites that they are currently are. There are a number of apex areas that we believe could be the game changers in transforming the township economy. The first one, addressing the market concentration. The South African economy is heavily concentrated with a few monopolies controlling a large share of the market. Case in point, an inquiry by the Competition Commission published in 2019 found that big retailers use their market power to negotiate the exclusivity in shopping malls. This practice is pervasive in other sectors too. We therefore need to concentrate effort to have a concerted effort in decentralizing the economy to the benefit of the previously marginalized areas such as township. The second one is using procurement leverages. The current procurement regime favors more established businesses. There is a need for more conscious effort to use procurement as a lever to reconstruct the township economy through targeted and preferential procurement. The aim is the creation of a decentralized new economy of smaller, locally embedded job-creating enterprises. Local government wants to be at the forefront of this endeavor, which is why in March 2021, we convened a local government symposium on employing social local procurement as a lever to ignite the local economy. The symposium placed the spotlight firmly on using local government procurement spend as a transformative instrument to meaningfully transform the local economy. We have come to a recognition that the spending power of municipalities is a leverage that, if properly channeled, can have a material impact in uplifting the previously marginalized groups, and in the process, widen the net with respect to economic participation. As a sector, we believe our procurement spend can serve as a stimulus to support local value chains, and in the process, lay a foundation for township economic development. Honorable Chair, the other one is the maximum circulation of each rand within townships. We also don't want our townships to be consumption sites where shopping malls are the mainstay development. Instead, we want to see more employment generating economic activity, more transactions and less leakages. We also want to see income earned in townships multiply as many times before it's expatriated elsewhere, which is currently not the case. The longer a rand is kept circulating within the local economy, the more it multiplies, and in terms of economic activities, key to creating value in the local economy is self-sufficiency. That is where the economy can achieve multiple transactions, a strong foundation of enterprise growth and job creation. The next one is achieving localization through leveraging large-scale infrastructure projects. For large-scale infrastructure projects, we are proposing meticulous value engineering during the design phase, where engineers look at how they can structure projects in such a way that it creates maximum opportunities for local SMEs. This will ensure localization is not an afterthought, but a carefully designed intervention from the outset. The next one is rationalization of township support programs. Within the IGR landscape, there is a myriad of programs dedicated to transforming the township economy. However, they remain disjointed. As local government, we would like to implore the various actors in this space to harmonize and integrate their support initiatives as to yield greater impact. These initiatives include the Township Economic Development Programs, the Industrial Parks Revitalization Program, as well as the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. For this program to live up to their potential and achieve the desired impact, intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration is of paramount importance. Honorable Chair, the events of the recent violence and looting in Gauteng and KZN have once more brought into sharp focus the deeply embedded socio-economic fault lines that confront our townships. The fact that townships residents have no share in some of the biggest investments, such as malls, means they feel no sentimental connection or sense of ownership. Our rebuilding project should therefore be robust and proportional to the problem at hand, and place more emphasis on creating township economy that is in the hands of township communities. Honorable Chair, the road to economic recovery will be long and hard, fraught with pitfalls along the way, no doubt. Throughout this journey, local government will serve as a beacon, a point of reference as we navigate with uncharted terrain journey. As a sector, we are uniquely positioned as frontline sphere, as a chief catalyst for economic development. And with this, we carry on our shoulders the hopes and aspirations of all South Africans. The district-based economy recovery plan, which is piloted in the 44 districts and 8 metros, is a testament to the centrality of local government to the country's economic future. From the onset, SALGA has always supported the district delivery model, as it is our firm belief that district and metros spaces are the appropriate scale and arena for intergovernmental planning coordination. That being said, we implore that all district plans be synchronized with integrated development plans of municipalities, and this is a particular significance as IDP processes are subjected to a vigorous public participation process, and as such, they reflect the wishes of the communities. Honorable Chair, it is now common knowledge that the COVID-19 has obliterated the job market, and there is dreadfully possibility that some jobs may never be recovered. As a result, exponential increase in small business activities is anticipated as people look for means to earn a living. As a sector, we would like to continue in our endeavor to create the most enabling environment to township businesses, including the informal sector, all of which are central feature of the new economy, in an economy that is heavily concentrated. Honorable Chair, I would like to conclude with a quote from the State of the National Address on the 15th of August 2020 by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. Difficult days indeed, that is, I unquote, difficult days indeed lie ahead. However, we have proven our resilience as a nation over the past months. The task before us now is to apply the same energies with which we have battled the pandemic to the economic recovery effort. We are weathering a long and difficult storm. We are enduring great hardships and suffering unbearable losses, but we continue to stand firm against the onslaught. A ray of light is visible on the horizon, unquote. I thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable SD Silamulela, Limpopo Chairperson, Economic Development, Environment, and Tourism.
Honorable Speaker, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the colleagues, friends, and compatriots, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to start by joining colleagues who opened this debate by passing words of condolences to the families, friends, and kings of those of our colleagues who departed us in this world of the living. Honorable Speaker, as a country, South Africa's unemployment rate is currently at 34%, and this is a growth of 2% from the 32% in the previous period. When looking at the official definition of unemployment, whereas when you look at the expanded definition, national unemployment rate is above 40%, which makes the picture grim and disheartening. The youth unemployment, Honorable Speaker, is currently at 64%, and what this means is that almost 2/3 of our young people in this country are unemployed or are facing unemployment as a challenge. The situation, Honorable Speaker, is even worse for women and people living with disability. Honorable Speaker, we have got to admit that although South Africa's economy was struggling to create employment, COVID-19 has exacerbated the situation. Although some of the measures we put in place by government in an attempt to cushion the blow of COVID-19 to both companies and labor, that was not always effective as intended. Our government needed to at least do more, particularly to extent that the government could make stimulus packages available to business in different sectors. Honorable Speaker, the effects of COVID-19 have set us back by at least more than 10 years or a decade or more in our fight against poverty, inequality, unemployment, especially amongst the Black, previously marginalized individuals, and particularly amongst the youth in this country. COVID-19 effects, Honorable Speaker, has also made government ambition of reaching both the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Africa Agenda 63 even harder and even more yet harder to achieve. However, Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 has brought into sharp focus the importance of township economy into our midst. Township economy, Honorable Speaker, as other members have already alluded to, refers to enterprises and markets based in the townships where our people live, where our people interact, and where our people engage in economic activities on a daily basis. These, Honorable Speaker, are the enterprises which are operated by township entrepreneurs to meet primarily the needs within and beyond the township, and therefore can be understood as township enterprises and distinguished from those operated by entrepreneurs outside the township. Honorable Speaker, township enterprises are diverse with high rate of informality and provide a range of good service to meet the needs of communities and beyond. In the last 18 months, colleagues, the nation has witnessed the unseen levels of mortality of business, from the tourism sector to retail sector to restaurant to arts and to culture and to many other sectors of our economy, Honorable Speaker. Government's vision of a vibrant and sustainable township enterprises as part of building an inclusive, labor-absorbing and growing economy. Successful township enterprises can play an important role in this regard in helping to contribute to government's program of radical transformation, modernization, reindustrialization of the economy by transforming township into sites for productive activities, contributing socially inclusive wealth creation, helping to foster sustainable livelihoods through job creation, social cohesion, and active citizenship. To this regard, Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to ensuring that township economy contributes at least 2% of our national gross domestic product by at least 2030, a decade to go. Government in this regard should set out program of action for the next 5 years and beyond, which should illustrate how government, together with key stakeholders, will take a lead in revitalizing the township enterprise activities. Key partners in the delivery of this strategy will, of course, include, Honorable Speaker, our national government, our support agencies, ourselves as provinces, the local government, Salga has just spoken now, Honorable Speaker, the corporate sector representative and support organizations from different forms of enterprise. Honorable Speaker, over the last 25 years, there's been a range of government support program aimed at these micro, small and medium enterprises and cooperatives in this regard, which of course, some of these are operating, Honorable Speaker, in our township. These support measures, Honorable Speaker, are a wide range of combining both financial and non-financial support to these smaller enterprises operating in our townships. In their variety, Honorable Speaker, they aim to address a number of barriers common to all micro, small, and medium enterprises and cooperatives. Honorable Speaker, in Limpopo, revitalization of town economy program led by our development agency, the Limpopo Economic Development Agency, revitalization of township-based industrial parks, which are the parks in the past which were created by the previous regime. As other speakers have already illustrated, that these parks, these townships of ours were serving as a reserve labor centers where these industrial parks were since abandoned. The Limpopo Economic Development Agency is currently, of course, working with other national agencies, working on revitalizing these township industrial parks, but also the package support to spaza shops and township-based economic initiatives are just part of the progressive endeavors that the provincial government is making to ensure that we make the township economy to work. Honorable Speaker, over and above that, the provincial government through the Limpopo, through our connectivity agency, which is called Limpopo Connection, is expanding the broadband rollout into the township, which is equally one of those enabling activities, Honorable Speaker, which are aimed at making sure that doing business in our township become more effective, more economic and efficient. Thus, in that regard, Honorable Speaker, will serve to unlock bottlenecks which are under normal circumstances, making it difficult to make our township economy to work. Honorable Speaker, the township economy plays an important role in ensuring a significant number of previously disadvantaged, disfranchised masses of our people get to participate meaningfully in the mainstream economy, while at the same time it also helps us as government to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly if you look at Goal 1, 8, and 11, which talks to no poverty, creation of decent work for the population, and economic growth and sustainable cities and communities. Of course, this read already, of course, together, Honorable Speaker, with the African Union Agenda 63, which talks to high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being for all citizens and transformed economies. Honorable Speaker, if we are to win in pushing back the frontiers of poverty, if we are to win, Honorable Speaker, in making the economy to work, we have no choice but to anchor it on activities where our people are, where they live, and where they interact economically on a daily basis. Therefore, the centrality, Honorable Speaker, of township economy to this noble objective is non-negotiable. We have to make the economy work, and the ANC government is indeed determined to make the economy to work, to ensure that the previously marginalized individuals, the general masses of our people, the downtrodden, the disabled, the youth, benefit from a prospering economy. And to this commitment, we indeed salute the leadership of our country at the apex led by President Ramaphosa. We indeed, Honorable Speaker, must and shall build a prosperous society for all, where shortage of jobs, lack of opportunities for our youth, and particularly the previously marginalized individual of our country, will be a matter of yesterday. Honorable Speaker, if we are to honor Charlotte Matsege and many martyrs of our revolution, this is a cause we cannot afford to betray. We need to make our economy work, and we need to make sure that we anchor that on ensuring that we stimulate, support the township-based economic activities. Honorable Speaker, without wasting your time, I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next member is
Mandla. Malubongwe.
Order. The next speaker is Cape Provisional Minister of Finance and Economy Opportunities, Honorable D. Maynard.
Chairperson, thank you very much. South Africa's township economy, which includes, of course, both formal and informal businesses, is vibrant and dynamic and innovative and resilient. Importantly, also businesses in our township economies create much needed jobs and are a significant contributor to our economy in the Western Cape. However, they face a range of obstacles, many that are common to businesses, but also some that are unique to township businesses, which of course is why the township economy is a unique focus area in our approach to business support in the Western Cape. Creating an enabling environment for business is central to our strategic approach to creating jobs and growing the economy in the Western Cape. For small businesses, especially, including small businesses in townships, this means tackling the main constraints to growth, which include limited access to markets, limited access to financing, restrictive red tape, and of course, a very poor support ecosystem. An example of a great initiative that addresses many of these constraints is the Pick and Pay Market Store project, which converts existing spaza shops or new sites within townships into independently owned mini supermarkets. The initiative improves infrastructure such as buildings, machinery, and equipment in township retail sector and directly leads to an increase in employment opportunities and turnover. Through our efforts to revitalize business activity in townships, we have partnered with Pick and Pay to introduce the market store concept in townships in the Western Cape. The sites and the entrepreneurs are, of course, identified by Pick and Pay, while we assist in unblocking any obstacles by working with local municipalities to resolve issues around land or electricity supply, for example. In addition, we provide grant funding towards the renovation and conversion costs of each of these market stores. The partnership also provides independent traders with access to Pick and Pay's distribution channels, business systems, management mentorship, but most importantly, the program is unique in that all market store owners remain 100% independent. Each store's staff complement also receives expert training in IT systems, customer service, hygiene, and more traditional retailing skills that open fresh opportunities for each of them. The Pick and Pay Market Store project has an immediate impact on job creation as the businesses can expand and, of course, hire more people and create more jobs. I've attended a number of openings of these Pick and Pay market stores, and each time I am inspired by the entrepreneurs who are taking the bold step to run their own businesses. Entrepreneurs like Monica Baki, who runs the Luzikile market store in Delft, or Kozi Lilwani, who runs the Ndwamba market store in Nyanga, are an inspiration, especially in these challenging times. And so we are proud to partner with Pick and Pay on their market store program so that we can support more independent business owners to open their own stores in the Western Cape. Another great example is the Western Cape Entrepreneurship Recognition Awards, which is now in its 9th year and recognizes the achievements and potential of the most inspiring entrepreneurs in the Western Cape. The awards have a specific category for township businesses, as well as for women-owned and youth-owned businesses, and provide recipients not only with prize money, but critical access to business support services such as financial training and mentorship. I recently had the privilege of visiting 2 of our award winners, Ntombi Nonkuba of Rise Uniforms, who won Entrepreneur of the Year Award in 2020, and Abigail Mbalo, the owner and founder of 4-Roomed Ikasi Culture, who was the winner of the Township Business category in the same year. Ntombi's business in Philippines employs 46 people from the local community and manufactures and supplies uniforms and corporate wear across the country. Rise Uniforms has a well-established record of consistently supplying and delivering uniforms to some very well-known brands. And as the owner of a tourism and hospitality business, Abigail has been hard hit, of course, by the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown restrictions. But she has also shown great resilience and is pivoting her business to bolster sales during this difficult time. Entrepreneurs like Abigail and Tombi remind us of the important role business owners play in local communities by creating jobs, supporting skills, and developing and providing opportunities for those who need it most. Finally, our SMME Booster Fund will, in this financial year, contribute over 20 million rand to organizations and municipalities for programs that focus on supporting small businesses, including those in townships, to grow and improve their sustainability so they can create more jobs in the Western Cape. As with the Western Cape Entrepreneurship Awards, the SMME Booster Fund also gives special attention to small business development projects that support youth and women-owned business, as well as rural and township-based businesses. In its previous iteration, the SMME Booster Fund, through the allocation of funding to 16 beneficiaries, was able to support 350 businesses in the Western Cape to grow and improve their sustainability, creating much needed jobs. To date, 9 of the 16 projects have been completed, which has supported 1,733 jobs and created an additional 247 jobs in the Western Cape. Beneficiaries such as the Assisa Flame Program, who have provided financial literacy training, business incubation, business skills training, seed funding, business coaching and mentorship to small businesses in Khayelitsha, in Gugulethu, in Mfuleni and Kayamandi. Beneficiaries such as Fix Forward, who have provided business training workshops and mentoring to trade contractors in Gugulethu and Langa and Philippi. And beneficiaries such as the South African Education Project, who have provided training and mentorship, building renovations, equipment and financial management, and regulatory compliance support to 15 early childhood business developments in Mitchell's Plain, in Philippi and Philippi East. What each of these initiatives, the Pick and Pay Market Store Project, the Western Cape Entrepreneurship Recognition Awards, and the SMME Booster Fund have in common is that they are all great examples of how the public and private sector is working together to grow small business and create jobs, especially in the township economy in the Western Cape. But Chairperson, partnerships have also been critical to our efforts to support township businesses and informal traders during the COVID-19 pandemic, as lockdown restrictions had a severe impact on their ability to trade. As part of the Western Cape government's COVID-19 hotspot strategy, which paid particular attention to managing COVID-19 in townships and informal settlements, we allocated a department official to lead on business engagement in each hotspot. These direct engagements allowed us to provide targeted support. We worked with municipalities to compile databases of informal traders and spaza shops across the province and submitted their details to national government to assist them access funding support. We helped small businesses pivot and adapt to manufacture PPE and provide other COVID-19 related services through our COVID-19 supplier development program, which also then helped them register as supplier on government procurement platforms to address the shortage of these products and services at the height of the pandemic in the Western Cape. We distributed 11,000 COVID-19 business safety kits to small businesses and informal traders across all 30 municipalities in the Western Cape. And we helped sustain township economies through our Community Economic Recovery Project by supporting local spaza shops through the provision of digital vouchers for food relief to community kitchens in COVID-19 hotspots. The initiative provided digital vouchers to 225 community kitchens, which were then spent at over 122 spaza shops, injecting more than 3 million rand into the local economy in the Western Cape. Of course, much responsibility for the township economy lies at local government level. And so we have worked closely with municipalities to support the township economy. We have supported the development of the Cape Agulhas Municipality Trading Hub, the Lanesburg Municipality Trading Hub, and the Skoenvlei Business Hub near Ceres, as well as the Khayelitsha Bandwidth Barn, which is a successful partnership with the city of Cape Town. In closing, Chairperson, we will continue to work closely with local and national government, together with the private sector, to support both formal and informal business in the township economy in Western Cape. Thank you.
Conclude. I can.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Deputy Minister of the Department of Trade, Industry and Economic Development, Honorable FZ Majola. Honorable FZ Majola.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Ministers and MECs, Honorable Members, representatives of SALGA, fellow South Africans. Good afternoon. South Africa's largest 45 townships and informal settlements are estimated to be home to over 8.4 million of our people. According to the last census from Stats SA, about a quarter of South Africa's population lives in townships. This equates to about 19 million people with an expenditure capacity of about 30.4 billion per month. The Gauteng Township Economy Revitalization Strategy 2014 estimated that the township economy contributes approximately 10% of the province's gross domestic product. The World Bank Group 2014 estimated that the township of Diepsloot in Gauteng alone has a 2 billion rand economy yearly, most of which is spent in the surrounding suburbs of Sandton and Fourways, whilst First National Bank estimated Soweto's consumer spending power alone to be about 5 billion per year, with most of it also spent outside of the township. Moreover, the township population is largely young, with 46.8% of township inhabitants being under 25 years of age, and 58.8% being under 30 years of age at the time of South Africa's last census. Unfortunately, residents in townships like Soweto make 74% of their retail purchases outside the township. And of those who are employed, 70% work outside the township. This represents a major leakage of township spending power that could support many thousands of enterprises in township spaces. I highlight this data, Honorable Chairperson, to remind members that townships are not a burden to the economy. In fact, large parts of South Africa's formal economy are dependent on the township rent. Naturally, it is neither efficient nor equitable that township residents have to travel long distances to adjacent malls and shopping centers to spend their hard-earned wages and salaries. The cost of township residents' travel to shopping centers reduces consumer spending and represents a drain on their finances. It is also economically inefficient for consumer goods to be manufactured primarily in South Africa's industrial centers, and for these goods to then be transported to townships. It is for these reasons that the DTIC and entities such as the IDC and the NEF have been supporting the expansion of manufacturing to township areas through the revitalization of local industrial parks, the creation of digital hubs, and direct enterprise support. The South African government understands the importance of growing entrepreneurial activity and SMMEs, and thus the township economy, and therefore continues to invest significantly in incentives and funds for doing so. For the township economy to grow into a robust economic ecosystem, the DIC, through the special economic zones and an industrial parks program, continues to aim to promote localization and export of goods and services. This is carried out through the development of infrastructure required to support the development of targeted industrial activities and promotion of beneficiation and value addition to the country's minerals and other natural resources. Embedded in the implementation of the Special Economic Zones program is the element of enterprise development, especially in the context of small, medium, micro, medium, and medium enterprises located in underdeveloped areas that are more often than not characterized by high levels of unemployment and poverty. Some of the existing value chains emanating from the economic activities of the 145 operational investments located within SEZs lend themselves well for backward linkages with the township economy related activities. Honorable members, allow me to provide a few real-life examples. Firstly, the new Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone has been designated in Silverton, directly adjacent to Mamelodi Township. The SEZ is currently under construction and when completed, will house a 12 billion Ford Motor Corporation investment as well as automotive suppliers. The Tshwane SEZ reported 8,647 construction jobs in its phase 1 of bulk work, earthworks and top structures. The bulk of these jobs accrued to individuals who live in local communities that are in close proximity to the said zone. In addition, the SEZ is targeting 45% of budget for the construction of bulk earthworks and top structures to be allocated to SMMEs. The DTIC will also be supporting the informal secondary market for services such as panel beating, spray painting, and mechanical work. It is envisaged that support through inter alia, the Black Industrialist Scheme, will contribute to creating a vibrant township-based automotive cluster. This will be done through a careful incubation program that is transformative and inclusive. Secondly, the DTIC began revitalizing local industrial parks in 2016. To date, a total of 820 million has been approved and partially disbursed as part of phase 1 and 2 of the program in 7 of our provinces. The Eastern Cape province has enjoyed a bulk of the share of revitalization funding with 3 industrial parks, Common Industrial Park, Vulindlela Industrial Park, and Dimbaza Industrial Park revitalized during phase 1. These parks are located in township and rural areas, and local people have been the main beneficiaries. Since inception, an estimated cumulative 65,000 people have been employed by companies operating within the 12 industrial parks that went through phase 1 revitalization. Since inception, the revitalization program has created 2,272 construction job opportunities. All these were jobs localized within respective regions of industrial park operations, mainly in adjacent townships. The premise is that these industrial facilities will augment government's effort of reigniting manufacturing-driven industrialization in strategic geographic locations in South Africa, particularly where unemployment and poverty is mostly rife, which will directly support the growth of the township economies. Thirdly, Khayelitsha Cookies based in Ndabeni, a township with high unemployment located outside Cape Town in the Western Cape. It started operating in 2005, producing freshly baked cookies, and currently has 99 employees, of which 93 are Black, 89 are female, and 27 are under the age of 35. With the support of the DTIC and its entities, the company has expanded its existing buildings and upgraded its machinery and equipment. It produces approximately 102,000 cookies per day when operating at full capacity. All raw materials are produced locally, with 32% sourced from Black suppliers. The company supplied its individual and unwrapped cookies mainly to the hospitality industry and selected retail outlets, including Sofasan, Tiger Brands, Clicks, and others. It is also looking to expand further into frozen dough production, since there is currently no South African producer of this product. Fourthly, Ikaboletu Burial Services is a 100% Black woman-owned and managed burial company formed in 2011. Ikaboletu Burial provides funeral, catering, and tombstone services to its clients through its 80 branches in and around the townships and rural areas. The group boasts over 2 million direct clients who are funeral cover policy holders. Unfortunately, during the unrest, 23 of its branches were damaged, and the NEF has earmarked funding to assist Ikabolete to resuscitate these branches. The NEF has also supported Win Foods, Pty Ltd, an agro-processing business located in Alexander. Win Foods deals primarily in processing chicken, producing individually quick frozen portions for a wide market range, including restaurants, butcheries, distributors, and direct retailers. They also have a factory-to-public store, which services the Alexandra community with chicken at factory prices. Their main clients include Cambridge Foods, Roman's Pizza, Papachinos, and Vasco distributors and meat expresses. There are many other concrete examples of how the DTIC and its entities are supporting the work of the Department of Small Business Development and our provincial and local government counterparts to grow the township economy. Honorable Chairperson, as we continue to count the economic cost and livelihood cost of the recent unrest, government has moved to rapidly roll out support measures to enterprises affected. The IDC has budgeted 100 million rand to grant funding to provide technical and financial assistance to small businesses in townships, rural areas, and small towns that have been affected by the unrest and associated supply chain disruptions. Last week, the IDC, together with the Gauteng provincial government and Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, launched the Gauteng Rebuilding Fund, a blended scheme that provides grant funding and loan financing for businesses affected by the unrest. The National Empowerment Fund, the NEF, has been receiving applications for support and is urgently evaluating this. Site visits were undertaken by the DTIC team and its entities to a number of areas affected, including Esiteba Industrial Area, Mandeni, Kwanongoma, Madaden Industrial Area, Ezakeni Industrial Estate, Soweto Alexander, Mamelodi, Kagiso Mall, Everton, and Thabo Mall in Sebokeng. A large focus of the rebuild must be on the infrastructure that support these smaller businesses. These critical infrastructure requirements could assist the NEF in unlocking a further 350 million rand in funding for SMMEs in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. To date, 162 businesses spreading across 14 district municipalities have indicated interest in the NEF economic relief funding. To date, 18 transactions with a combined value of 112 million have been approved, supporting 1,683 jobs. There are 39 transactions at an advanced stage of assessment with a value of 63 million expected to be approved in due course. A further 318 million is already at the early assessment stage and is expected to be concluded in the coming week. Honorable members, South Africa cannot achieve an inclusive economy in townships and rural areas if townships and rural areas are not meaningful participants in the mainstream economy. We remain convinced that this is the key element of an inclusive economic growth trajectory which can lift our people from poverty, cultivate entrepreneurial potential, establish dynamic township enterprises, and circulate the township rent within townships. With this, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to thank you and the honorable members.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Before we continue, I would like to invite the Deputy Chair, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, to take over.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. We will continue with the debate, and we now call on Honorable Abraham Foslo of the Northern Cape, MEC Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, to continue with the debate. Over to you, Honorable Foslo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You may continue. Unmute, Honorable Foslo. There you are.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable NCOP Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Ministers and MECs of the different provinces that are present, Talga leadership, special delegates to the provinces, honorable members. Chairperson, it gives me great pleasure to address this august House on this important subject in our endeavors towards building a self-reliant and vibrant economy. This subject is at the heart of our economic reconstruction plans, which are informed by our reality in that millions of our people are gradually losing their jobs all over the country, including the Northern Cape. Our contribution to this debate also comes at a time when business confidence and manufacturing production plunged to an all-time low. Unsurprisingly, during the year under review, many of our informal enterprises were unable to operate at all during lockdown, rightfully so, to preserve lives. However, the impact thereof plunged our small and medium enterprises into a state of economic disaster. More especially small operators across our townships who are the key drivers of our township economy. Chairperson, ours is a unique province. Even our local enterprises are characterized by activities which are driven by community-based enterprises aimed at meeting the needs of the township residents, further sustaining their livelihoods. These activities range from street vending, taverns, minibuses, plaza shops, burial societies, stock fails, hair salons, plumbing, panel beating, home-based care, including basic commodities such as cooking, shopping, child minding, taking care of the sick and the aged. As part of our measures to resuscitate our local economies, a complex process of converting land into residential, or commercial, or industrial properties is being explored by all relevant stakeholders, inclusive of various specialists and professionals. The professionals bring their expertise to the table to ensure that safety, sustainability, socio-economic and environmental aspects are taken into consideration and development is done in compliance with the relevant regulations. Therefore, rebuilding the economies of townships occurs through an integration of strategies as we actively endeavor to do away with segregation of different parts of the city and to ensure equity across the urban landscape, thus offering all urban residents access to opportunities as well as facilities. Our municipalities, through the district development model approach, are being challenged to focus on breaking the burden of the inherited apartheid era special development and work together with the stakeholders was exploring measures to stimulate the economy and bring services closer to the community. Chairperson, we are also mindful that economic activity in the township is small and undiversified. Economic activity in many townships is generally limited to retail, trade, transportation, and government services. We have the firm view that our strategy on township revitalization need to be seen in the context of the government's overarching mandate to reduce poverty and accelerate broad-based Black economic empowerment. The 25-year review describes the vast gulf between the formal and informal economies in South Africa. On the one hand, the formal economy is advanced based on skilled labor, becoming more globally competitive, and on the other, the informal economy is marginalized, lacks skill, and is populated by unemployed workers or those who are unemployable in the formal sector. The vast majority of our fellow citizens are still locked up into the informal economy. This is the country's central national development challenge. Urban center upgrades address inner city areas that have experienced capital flight and decline, while informal settlement upgrades refer to large freestanding informal settlements, often located near the urban periphery. As the province, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism has been mandated to take a lead towards township economic revitalization. In recognition of the contribution the township enterprises can make in the economic landscape of the province, we will specifically focus on the following areas. We act as a coordinator in terms of policy making and drafting thereof. We'll champion the township economy. We'll be taking action needed to address the barriers to grow the township enterprises. Also coordinate the development of the annual work plans to make sure that implementation in terms of the strategy takes place. Chairperson, various departments and agencies responsible for micro, small, and medium enterprises and cooperatives across the national, provincial, and local space of government are being coordinated towards achieving this noble goal here in the Northern Cape province. We do this because we understand that the programs are critical to greater public investments in public and self-reliant, vibrant township economy. These initiatives include, amongst others, urban agriculture, school feeding schemes, green economy, expanded public works programs, infrastructure programs, arts and culture programs, mentioned just but a few. We are eternally grateful for the Presidency Infrastructure Division for their unwavering support and guidance as they recently shared lessons on the creation of a smart city in Postmasburg, which is in your Tsansabani local municipality. Earlier today, just under the stewardship of our Premier, we concluded a workshop on green hydrogen before the session, facilitated in conjunction with the Presidency. These initiatives are being explored with the ultimate aim that they must translate into self-reliant and vibrant township economies where it actually Chairperson, in as much as we have got responsibility to drive these programs for the greater good, we are also mindful of common challenges which will come with all the efforts we are undertaking. Identified obstacles for development of the township-based enterprises to be summarized as follows, and I'll just mention a few. Lack of entrepreneurial involvement in value-adding activities. Poor understanding of the potential of township-based SMMEs, as there are no studies or records of their involvement. Major challenges to sustainable development of township economies, fragmented and lack of coordinated intervention across and within spheres of government. In light of the above, Chairperson, and the mapping of township businesses and demographic profiles enable policymakers to speak to specific within local municipalities. We aim to develop a package of support for township entrepreneurs, including a review of initiatives in terms of access to markets, skills development, procurement and buying strategies, and formation of business associations. In addition to that, the Northern Cape Infrastructure Summit held in 2020 also took a groundbreaking decision, which mandates this administration to focus on infrastructure development, take advantage of socio-economic opportunities in a spatial, strategic, integrated project. This move should work towards inclusive businesses so as to attract new businesses to locate within townships. We also aim to work on strategies to locate government and other key services in townships to support existing and attracting new businesses to the township. Chairperson, we must highlight some of the milestones achieved in the entire township economic value chain. Firstly, all historically disadvantaged individuals who own rural and township guest house and town operators are still in the business as we speak. Although the operations have been negatively impacted by COVID-19 and that level lockdowns that we have all experienced throughout the country. Many of our township enterprises have been assisted through various schemes and support packages since the outbreak of the pandemic last year, March. These schemes benefited both the formal and informal entities. Currently, management companies who established clusters.
As you conclude, Honorable Member, as you conclude.
Yes. Chairperson, we are also pleased to announce that some of the non-financial interventions we have embarked on in the support of township enterprises. These include, amongst others, the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program is being implemented in all 5 districts throughout the province. We are also providing material to district municipalities in support of local entrepreneurs, also providing workshops and rollout of Wi-Fi hotspots in all township areas throughout the province. And also we are supporting township and economies through the enterprise incubators in Solplaatje and our 3 municipalities. As I conclude my remarks to this debate, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the ministers in this portfolios who have been steering this ship thus far. This has been a difficult road which we have traveled side by side. We'll work towards ensuring that we actually fulfill our goals that we have set for ourselves in terms of economic recovery, and specifically with regard to township. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Foslo. We continue, and we will now call on the Honorable Lond to continue with the debate.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Ministers, achtbare ondervoorsitter, honorable members and special delegates. I first want to start off by thanking everybody who quoted our unemployment stats that we are facing in the country, so I will not repeat that. But that I do want to highlight is that currently it seems like our unemployment rate is one of the highest, if not the highest in the world. And the problem with the many interventions listed by my ANC colleagues is that it doesn't address the root causes of what brought us to this situation. It is not, and it cannot be, a top-down approach. A competent government should create an enabling environment for an economy to flourish. A great example of an enabling environment was given by the MEC Mainier. And I'm going to paraphrase part of what he said and what stood out to me when he spoke about the Pick n Pay partnership. He mentioned that the sites and the entrepreneurs are identified by Pick n Pay, while we, and in this case, the we is the DA-run Western Cape government, assist in unblocking any obstacles by working with local municipalities to resolve issues around land, electricity, whatever else they may need. They also provide up to $500,000 of grant funding towards the renovation and conversion costs of these supermarkets, of these stores. Now, here is the bit that really stood out for me. The partnership also provides independent traders with the access to Pick and Pay's distribution channel, business system, and management mentorship. But the program is unique that all market store owners remain 100% independent. Now, my question to you is, where will you ever find an ANC government having access to such opportunities, not making sure a daughter, a girlfriend, or some other family member gets a tender? That is the difference that voters need to realize. DA governments work for you. ANC government work for that a government should create. But if we look at the shocking economic state our country is in, because of the complete and utter incompetence by the ANC cadres to the inability to look after this beautiful country. I mean, if you cannot get your own house in order, and yes, I mean this literally, they cannot even get Lutuli House in order, how on earth do you expect the ANC to competently run a municipality, a province, or an entire country? Now, for me, this starts at a much, much earlier level, where this ANC government has failed our children almost 30 years after the ANC has taken over. The ability of 80% of 12-year-olds to read with comprehension in any language, it's not there. That is not on anything else except this ANC government. You are failing one of the most basic foundation phases. And then linked to this is the ability to then teach children or learners how to become entrepreneurs. We are so fixated in getting into universities or further education training facilities that we forget the tremendous values and opportunities that lies in teaching other skills. One of them is becoming entrepreneurs so that those learners can apply those skills and help lift our economy. But it doesn't mean that it's just upon South Africans to be the entrepreneurs to help us get out of this ANC mess. An ANC mess that is best described by Honorable Ntube. I mean, you lament the fact that the rural economy is going down. You decry the fact that farming output is going down, people therefore losing their jobs and migrating to the cities. And I agree with you. For the most part, I agree with you. But what absolutely baffles me is the fact that you cannot make the connection between your faction, your parties, fact that you are driving expropriation without compensation, and then there's a decline in appetite for people to invest in agriculture. How you're not making that connection is beyond me. It is incumbent upon governments to create investor confidence. Security is knowing that the thieving government won't take your land. Creating that confidence that will help address, and also addressing red tape by growing the economy, making sure that it's pro-business, and then dovetail that with a growing population that has the skills and the ability to start up their own enterprises successfully. One example of a competent government is when the DA-run city of Cape Town was named the top opportunity city in Africa by PricewaterhouseCoopers. It is also no wonder that the city is also the top-ranked metropolitan municipality when it comes to the ease of doing business. That is what you talk about, a government that gets things done. We have an amazing people. We have an amazing country. We have a people that can save the country. It will be the people and competent governments, definitely not the ANC, that will make us reach our full potential. The DA is ready to get things done. We have been getting things done, and we have proven time and time again that we get things done. It's now incumbent upon South Africans to vote us into government so that we, together with you, can fix this mess that this ANC has left us. I thank you.
Honorable Lon, thank you. Then we are continuing. Honorable Moimang, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Let me also extend a word of greetings to my colleagues, deputy ministers, and also the audience that are taking this debate and watching them on their TV. Chair, for many years, the country has experienced a low economic growth, and the projected growth targets have not been realized. The sad state of affairs was compounded by the pandemic and also the recent unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and parts of Gauteng will not mitigate the situation. And we are looking with keen interest in the third quarter GDP results. Clearly, this situation will worsen our challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. It is this context, Honorable Deputy Chair, that the debate on the development of the township economy towards building a self-reliant and vibrant township economy is a critically important component in the fight against the challenges that we have alluded to. This debate, Honorable Deputy Chair, is geared towards creating a self-reliant microeconomy in the township, which creates jobs and ensures a better life for all as part of the struggle against the triple challenges. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is important to note that indeed the apartheid era distorted the microeconomic development of township, as these areas were merely viewed as a source of cheap labor to the industrial and commercial sectors which were located at a distance from townships, who will not remember the devastating effect of the Grey Act and also the 1930 Land Act. Small and medium enterprises in and around townships were discouraged and land was not made available for such businesses. This was to reinforce the fact that under apartheid, black townships were created as a source of cheap labor. It is only under the ANC-led government that the development of the small and medium microenterprise in township was spearheaded, and indeed concrete plans and financial support was made available for such enterprises. The ANC government not only seeks to reverse the apartheid era economic underdevelopment of townships and racially based spatial planning, but also seeks to implement the economic reconstruction and recovery plan as an integral part of turning the situation around. A crucial part of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan is infrastructure development to enable the decentralization of the economy, but it is also based on the building economically sustainable local township economies. This can be done in many fold ways, but from my angle, the emphasis on this contribution, Honorable Deputy Chair, is on the role of state-owned entities in general, and the transport, mining, and any sectors in particular in promoting self-reliant township business development. Number of state-owned entities like AXA, ESCOM, Transnet, operating in important areas of economic infrastructure already made an important contribution to local economic development in areas in which they operate. And this is as a result of various instruments that the ANC-led government has put in place. And as a result thereof, opportunities at various levels, including managerial level positions, were created by these state entities for many surrounding townships where these entities operate. Amongst them, Transnet is no small operation as it directly employs 55,000 people and substantively contributes to direct in direct employment in the service, fabrication and engineering industries, and the development of rail infrastructure and modernization of the rail system as part of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which includes the local manufacture and assembling of rolling stock, as well as the servicing of locomotive opportunities, mechanical education, workshop, whose services can be procured. Transnet, secondly, ports and rail move a substantial volume of goods and freight, which is imported and exported, and township-owned transport and freight companies should find business opportunities as the markets reopen, as the economic effects of COVID-19 pandemic is reversed through the vaccination drive. Thirdly, PRAZA operates many railway stations and will have to redevelop a number of railway stations, and these are in townships or nearby townships. These railway stations provide perfect infrastructure opportunities for the creation of small business, as well as market of commuters. In the case of many railway stations in townships, small retail businesses have already been created, such as the Nyanga railway station, and this needs to be explained to be expanded to other local township railway stations, and this is critical for developing township economies throughout the country. It is recommended that this development of township shopping centers at railway stations be developed as part of the district development model and part of the infrastructure development of the rail network. Fourthly, AXA around rated by it, and these are nearby townships. This is a commendable contribution to economic development and job creation. This industrial parks comprises business activities around the aviation, such as freight and other wholesale and retail business. However, it is important that AXA extend this commendable economic development to township business, which are in the vicinity of its operations. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Chair, the efficient development of aviation, road, and rail networks to support the transport of people, goods, and services will also serve to enhance the development of township economies through the creating of space for the development of SMMEs around major road and rail transport corridors in township. ESCOM has also a national footprint in the country and has some 47,000 employees and indirectly creates some 188,000 more jobs in the service sector of the electricity industry. ESCOM has been supporting local service providers in many areas in which they operate. Indeed, ESCOM is attempting also to refit its power plants, which are reaching the end of its life cycle, and intends, as part of a just transition to greener energy, to continue operating in the communities where the power stations were originally located. ESCOM needs to ensure that a portion of its procurement of construction and other services, as well as goods from township business, which ensures sustainable township economic development. Indeed, Honorable Deputy Chair, the different state-owned entities, through what I've alluded to, have already commenced with the process of enabling the creation of the development of SMMEs around their operations. However, this process needs to be consciously extended to ensure that the development of township economies, which are around the operations of the state-owned entities, does indeed materializes. Where these opportunities for the creation of small business from townships do not as yet exist around state entities, it is recommended that such business should be facilitated through an integrated approach by the entity and the government departments to which the entity reports in cooperation with trade, industry, and competition, and small business development, as well as COPTA.
Indeed, many qualified youth from many townships are seeking both economic and employment opportunities. And these are the opportunities emanating from infrastructure development of the Economic Reconstruction and Development Plan. So the expectation is that these state entities which operate in and around township need to consciously ensure that a portion of this procurement budget for goods and services is allocated to township business to ensure that development and sustainability of township businesses succeed. Indeed, the mining sector also has a part of its conditions of operating contribute to the community upliftment and development. However, in many areas, the mining companies do not procure goods and services from the local communities. So therefore, it is the responsibility of the Department of Mineral Resources to engage this matter with some agency as the small and medium enterprises from township in the mining areas must be able to access market opportunities. In order to efficiently support the development of township business over and above the retail sector, it is imperative that government create and promote township industrial parks. And two types comes to my mind. Firstly, the auto hubs, which must empower township motorists whose vehicles are outside of warranty. And these industrial parks should house a full range of auto-related small and medium-sized business from auto body. Secondly, the industrial park should be for the engineering, fabrication, electrical and plumbing business, which can support larger business in construction, manufacture, and infrastructure development. But this should also ensure that as it develops, township economies are not left behind. In order for government to effect its plans for sustainable development of township economy, it is imperative that there is efficient supply of water and electricity, surrounding businesses and industrial parks. And for the development township business hubs and industrial parks, which will be integrated into the district development model, there is a necessity for rapid land allocation at municipal, provincial, and national level. Indeed, shopping malls in township play an important economic role in township as it allows access to goods, postal, and banking services. However, the malls do not necessarily provide opportunities for small township business to thrive and develop. Therefore, in order to develop SMMEs in townships, it is imperative that the shopping centers are developed in townships to house local business to ensure viable marketing channels and are developed for township business. If there are opportunities around township malls for development of further shopping centers for township business, then this must be explored. Indeed, Honorable Deputy Chair, the development of township economies in a sustainable manner through the creation of SMMEs and government facilitating the establishment of business infrastructure for township business and an integrated approach by government is required. As I conclude, Deputy Chair, the usage of the district development model to boost and build viable township economies will contribute towards integration of local township economies and contribute to the decentralization of South African economy. It is recommended that government-owned entities and departments coordinate efforts for development of township economies, as this will enable inclusive economic development. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. To conclude the debate, we will now call on the Honorable Khai to conclude this debate.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I would like to thank the Honorable Deputy Ministers, members of the Executive Councils of our provinces, Honorable Delegates, and SALGA who participated in this debate. As we close this debate, Honorable Deputy Chair, it is important to re-emphasize the following points. Our geographic space is not just urban and rural. It includes townships and informal settlements. The townships, including informal settlements, are mainly large and underdeveloped communities. The working age people living in the townships are desperate for economic opportunities, but these places of living remain spatially disconnected from urban centers that offer better economic prospects. We know the painful story of our historical past that makes some in our country uncomfortable to speak about it. As Honorable Deputy Chair, a study conducted by the World Bank in 2014 revealed that about half of South Africa's urban population lives in townships and informal settlements, accounting approximately 38% of the working age citizens, but home to nearly 60% of its unemployed. The study offers an understanding of the structure of a township economy and identifies the economic realities and choices of those who live there. Honorable Chair, we will continue to blame apartheid. We are the ones who felt and continue to feel scars of apartheid legacy. Who feels it knows it. Under apartheid, Black people were forced to live in dormitory-style townships that were built as far away as possible from economic city centers. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I know the past makes some in our country guilty of social and economic injustice committed many years to the generations of the working age population living in the township, and these areas suffered economically neglect. As we continue to blame apartheid, we also hold the executive at all levels of the democratic government to account on their plans and how they spend their budgets to address the legacy of apartheid together with our people. Honorable Deputy Chair, our township possesses a great potential to boost economic growth, create much needed jobs. It should be an integral part of our economic policy, including our industrial strategy. We'll certainly fail in our efforts to eliminate poverty and inequality if we don't deploy our capital in the township. We need to create social economic enablers that will promote and support the growth of township economies. Honorable Deputy Chair, our resources, both financial and non-financial ones, must stimulate growth in our townships and promote convergence of the township economies with the formal advanced parts of the economy. We note and welcome that our departments in the economic cluster, provinces and municipalities have tangible intervention measures and programs to address economic development in the township and rural areas. We also know that some provinces are developing policies and legislative mechanisms where necessary. We're also happy that these interventions are also aimed at empowering the youth and women. We know and understand the monumental task before us of reconstructing our economy in the aftermath of the COVID-19 storm. However, we must be determined to work together as the three spheres of government and the state to put together a policy regime that places our economy on a new growth trajectory. We must work relentlessly in our pursuit of creating a better life for all. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. That concludes the debate. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the first order of the day, the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Health and Special Social Services. It's on the ATC of the 15th July 2021, page 15, filling of vacancies for the National Youth Development Agency Board. The chairperson of the committee, of the Select Committee, Honorable Gillian, we will now request that you present the committee report. Over to you, Honorable Gillian.
Malebongwe, Honorable Gillian.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Thank to all leadership of the different provinces and the Deputy Ministers in the House. Deputy Chairperson, the term of office of the NYDA Board expired on the 31st of May 2020, and both the Portfolio Committee and Select Committee are jointly mandated to consider the filling of these vacancies and make recommendations to the National Assembly and National Council of Provinces, respectively. A subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the Select Committee on Health and Social Services was established in terms of the NA Rule 172 and NCOP Rule 106 to be responsible for the appointments of members to serve on the NYDA board. In terms of these rules, the subcommittee must report its activities to the principal committees, which are the portfolio committees on women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and the committee on health and social services. On September 3,
Honorable Deputy Chair. On a point
yes,
of order.
Honorable Bozo. What is the order?
I can't hear Honorable Gillian, and there's a lot of wind in the background. Thank you very much.
Fine, thank you, Honorable Gillian. Just try to address the issue of there is a feedback that we can hear. Just try to address the issue of the feedback and speak to the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. On September 3, 2020, the NA resolved to return the report of the Portfolio Committee on the filling of vacancies for members of the NYDA board for reconsidering and reporting. This resolution was followed by the decision of the NAPC on 28 January 2021 for the subcommittee to restart the process, having due considerations to demographics, geographical representation, as well as persons with disabilities on the list of candidates to be recommended for appointment. A meeting of the subcommittee was convened on the 9th of February 2021, and the committee resolved to restart the process in line with the NAPC decision, and as such, accordingly adopted reports to give effect to that resolution. The reports of the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee were published on the 9th of February 2021. You can see the ATC of the 9th of February 2021. It was further agreed that the new subcommittee membership should remain the same members who served in the previous process. The new subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the Select Committee on Health and Social Services program was accordingly adopted on the 9th of March 2021. The composition of the subcommittee is as follows. From the African National Congress, it was Ms. Naba, Ms. M. Gillian, Ms. Masiko, Ms. Maleka, Ms. Maluleke, Mr. Chabaleng, and Ms. Weber. From the Democratic Alliance, it was Mr. Mpiti and Mr. Baja. The EFF, it was Ms. Langwini and Ms. Mativula as an alternate. Ms. Mativula replaces Ms. Latuli, who was sick, and Ms. Dongeni replaces Mr. Chabaleng, who was also sick. In line with the NYDA Act 54 of 2008, which provides the procedures and processes for the appointment of the board members, Parliament advertised on the 20th of March 2021 in various local, regional, and national newspapers, including the parliamentary website, inviting applications and nominations for persons to serve on the NYDA board. The deadline for the submission of applications was 9 April 2021. A total number of 1,117 applications, including one duplicate application, were received. This brought the number of applications received to 1,116. All applicant CVs were published on the parliamentary website between 18 and 24 May 2021. Having published all the CVs, the subcommittee discharged its duties conscientiously and with all due regard to the requirements of thoroughness, openness, and transparency. Moreover, all CVs and supporting documentation were catalogued for safekeeping on a secure internal recording platform of Parliament, Uvimba, which was accessible only to the subcommittee members and the support staff. Further, a short list of candidates, Chairperson. During the interviews, all candidates were assessed based on structured interview guidelines as indicated in order to ensure an interview process that it is fair and within the ambit of the NYDA Act. The Select Committee resolved that the following 17 candidates should be recommended for appointment by the President to serve as board members in the NYDA for a period of 3 years. Ms. Karabu Mohale, Mr. Molaoli Sikaka, Mr. Mzileni, Mr. Nguni, Ms. Ponwane, Mr. Rakosa, Mr. Malan, Mr. Avela Jajubana, Ms. Lebogang Mulaisi, Mr. Tabo Singanga, Ms. Alexandre Proctor, Mr. Tuli Sindlela, Mr. Asanda Luwaka, Ms. Busiswe Siabi, Ms. Nonkeba Nkosi is a person with disabilities, Mr. Nompumulelo Mpata, and Ms. Pearl Pillay. The committee considered the recommended 14 candidates. However, deliberated and agreed to recommend the top 17 candidates based on their performance during the interviews, skills and experience, and demographic profile that is representative of the country. The above list of candidates is thus representative of demographics and geographic spread of the Republic, as espoused in Section 9(4) of the NYDA Act number 54 of 2008. The other issues considered by the subcommittee for its recommendations includes gender parity, women and disabilities. A true reflection of the recommendation also finds expression in the imperative of the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998, which are to promote equal opportunity and fair treatment in employment through the elimination of unfair discrimination and to implement affirmative action measures to redress the advantages in employment experienced by designated groups. People from designated groups are Black people, African, colored and Indians, women and persons with disabilities. The committee further indicated that it would be ideal to have 4 females and 3 males appointed in the NYDA board. The committee considered the demographics of the country and has ensured that the recommended candidates are illustrative of this inclusivity. There is one candidate who is a person with a disability among the recommended candidates. There is 10 of the candidates are between the ages of 26 and 30, and 1 candidate is below 26 years of age, and 6 candidates are aged between 31 and 35. There are more females compared to the males among the recommended candidates. 14 of the candidates are Black African, with 1 Indian, 1 white, and 1 colored candidate. 6 of the candidates are from Gauteng province. 3 candidates are representing the Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal provinces. 2 candidates are from the Eastern Cape. 1 candidate represents Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape respectively. Thus, 7 provinces are represented. 7 are Black African females and 7 are Black African males. 1 colored male, 1 Indian female, and white female. In conclusion, Deputy Chair, the Select Committee would like to assure citizens that it has strived to comply with all sections of the NYDA Act in its recommendation of candidates for the appointment to serve on the NYDA board. The committee is confident that all candidates recommended for the appointment have an understanding of the NYDA mandate and are passionate about youth development in the country. They should be able to serve young people in the country with distinction in addressing socio-economic challenges facing the youth. The committee would also like to thank all candidates for making themselves available for the interviews. Further, the good work done by the support staff is acknowledged and commended. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian.
Malibongwe.
Honorable delegates, I will now put the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. But before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. The maximum for declarations of vote is 3 minutes. So, and you can use the raise hand function to indicate whether there is anyone that want to make any declarations. Honorable Lauskachne. Honorable Lauskachne.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
You are audible. Thank you.
Am I audible? Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, the National Youth Development Agency is a key and strategic institution for youth employment in this country. The latest Stats SA Quarterly Labour Force Survey for the second quarter paints a bleak image as it revealed an increase in unemployment levels in South Africa, with reports indicating an official unemployment rate of 34.4% and an expanded unemployment rate of 44.4%, which is the highest unemployment rate in the world among 82 countries monitored by Bloomberg. The record high unemployment unfortunately affects the youth predominantly. The NYDA is responsible for providing support to young people and has to ensure that there is an open way for young people to gain employment. However, this is not the case, as the NYDA has merely become a cadre facility that has eaten its funds to the bone. It is fair to state that if these cadres stopped eating, we may be sitting with a different youth unemployment picture. Many young people are neither at school nor working, but are now looking at the SASSA grant for the unemployed to survive. The question of accessibility of NYDA funding remains an issue that has to be addressed. The NYDA offices must be widely available across the country in an effort to make them accessible to the youth as possible, The programs that look at youth employment programs as espoused and promised by President Ramaphosa should be a reality, or should become a reality. There must be a focus on skills development in key growth sectors like agriculture, the green and waste economies, all while improving efforts to provide increased access to data and internet for young people. Entrepreneurship in the informal economy should be targeted towards young people. Employment tax incentives to stimulate demand for youth must be central in order to ensure that we drive youth employment. These are but a few initiatives to drive youth employment in the country. Failure to do this just poses dangers for the country and our economy. Some of the challenges that the NYDA faces are self-inflicted and therefore would require an effort from the new incoming leadership to turn things around. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abskachny. Honorable Maleka.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable members, the National Youth Development Agency is tasked with the responsibility of responding to the issues that young people assist with, such as youth unemployment, gender-based violence, and acts of violence among young youth, substance abuse, and mental health issues. The COVID-19 has exacerbated the issues that young people face. We need to curb youth unemployment in our country and secure a better future of our youth. Gender-based violence and femicide amongst our youth is a cancer that requires to be addressed. It is disturbing to see that the youth see violence as a way to resolve problems. It is dismantling to see that tertiary institutions have now become a breeding ground for violence. We need to address mental health issues among our health and prevent the number of young people committing suicide and involving in substance abuse. We need to update the upskilling of our youth so that their skills match the ones that are required in the labor market. Young people need to be mainstream in all sectors of the economy and require access to adequate opportunities and education. Deputy Chairperson, after following due processes and considering the voices of young people and
other members, please mute. Okay, continue.
Okay. After following due processes and considering the voices of young people and the issues that they assist with, the ANC is adamant that the process candidates have shown their understanding of the agency and are in touch with issues pertaining to youth. We are confident that the recommended candidates are a true reflection of our youth and will represent youth from all backgrounds, including class, race, and gender. A huge amount of responsibility lies ahead of NYDA board. The ANC has always put the struggle of young people at the center and will continue to do so through the National Youth Development Agency. The ANC move in support of the report as tabled. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. I will now call upon provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon heads of delegations, they must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. And we will start with Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape. I report.
And Kosima, Free State.
Deputy Chairperson, Free State is in favor of the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Deputy Chairperson.
KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal, the report.
Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Northern Cape.
Noord-Kaap ondersteun die report.
Northwest.
Thank you very much.
Northwest. Northwest. Northwest.
We're busy with protests, Chair. It's burning on this side again.
Order. You are from Northwest as well. If you agree, you could have just said so. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Thank you very much. Can we come back to Northwest?
Support.
You must not forget you are a permanent delegate of Northwest also. It's not, you are not representing your party when we speak about the provinces. Now, the voting is being closed now. Out of the 9 provinces, 8 provinces has agreed. We cannot speak for Northwest because they are not there. So I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the second, third, and fourth orders. The report will be one report that we will vote on the different orders separately. First is the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill. It is National Assembly Section 75 and the report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon. ATC 12 August 2021. The second is the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill, National Assembly Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon. ATC 16 August 2021. The third order is the fourth order is the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill, B17B 2020, and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon, ATC 12 August, and it's a page 45. I will now call on the Honorable Shaida Sheikh, the chairperson of the Select Committee, to present the committee report. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and greetings to all honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, the current bills before the House today come at an important time within the history of our country. We commemorated Women's Month in August as a tribute to the more than 20,000 women who marched to the Union buildings on the 9th of August, 1956, in protest against the extension of past laws to women. Today, as women, we are still fighting for gender-sensitive laws, particularly in the wake of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. The levels of gender-based violence and femicide in this country are among the highest in the world and has been acknowledged by the president as a second pandemic. In November 2018, a presidential summit against gender-based violence and femicide was held, emerging from the hashtag the Total Shutdown movement. The summit resulted in a declaration which included the following resolutions, namely to fast-track the review of existing laws and policies on gender-based violence, to be victim-centered and ensure all other relevant laws respond to gender-based violence, to implement the recommendations that have been identified from reviews and address legislative gaps, to consider creating a regulatory framework for religious institutions to curb sexual abuses and crimes under the guises of religion, and to revisit and fast-track all outstanding laws and bills that relate to gender-based violence and femicide, including the decriminalization of sex work. On the 18th of September 2019, the President expressed the country's commitment to address the scourge of GBV and announced an emergency response plan to tackle gender-based violence and femicide, which includes strengthening the applicable legal and policy framework. Honorable Chair, the three bills before the House today, namely the Domestic Violence Act Amendment Bill, the Criminal Law or Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill, and the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill, all form part of the measures to strengthen the response to gender-based violence. These three bills were referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the 3rd of June 2021. The three bills were advertised simultaneously for public comment through both electronic platforms and print media from the 11th of June to the 9th of July and the 20th of June to the 9th of July 2021, respectively. Stakeholders and interested persons were invited to make written comments on the bill. The committee extended the deadline to the 16th of July 2021. The Select Committee received a total of 87 submissions on all three bills. Included in the 87 submissions were 41 individual submissions via Dear South Africa, with the majority, 30 of the 41 submissions, in full support of all three bills. In addition, various organizations and individuals also made substantive submissions on each bill, the number of which will be addressed when reporting on each individual bill. It is important to emphasize, though, that the majority of organizations were in support of the three bills. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security, with regard to the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, the Select Committee on Security and Justice has agreed to the bill with proposed amendments in reports as follows. The Domestic Violence Amendment Bill seeks to amend and insert certain definitions, further provide for the manner in which acts of domestic violence and matters related thereto must be dealt with, to further regulate protection orders in respect of acts of domestic violence, to amend provisions of certain laws and to provide for matters connected therewith. The Domestic Violence Act, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill therefore seeks to amend the Domestic Violence Act to address practical challenges, gaps, and anomalies that have emerged since the Act came into operation. The amendments also seek to enhance the application of the Act to protect victims of gender-based violence and other vulnerable persons against domestic violence. Amongst others, the bill proposes to broaden conduct that is regarded as domestic violence, impose obligations on functionaries and adult persons to report domestic violence against a child, a person with a disability, or an older person to social workers or the South African Police Services. To extend the powers of SAPs and peace officers to arrest persons in connection with domestic violence. Further address harassment as a ground of domestic violence and to provide for measures to address cyber harassment. To provide for electronic applications for protection orders and domestic violence safety monitoring notices, and the establishment of the integrated electronic repository for domestic violence protection orders, to broaden the powers of the court where a protection order has been issued, to make orders for the protection of victims of domestic violence, to provide for directives to regulate the functions of clerks of the court and other relevant persons when dealing with incidents of domestic violence, and to provide for the making of regulations. Honorable Chair, the committee received 19 written submissions. The list of individuals and organizations that made written submissions are contained in the committee report as ATC. Several organizations were of the view that the bill predominantly relies on binary terms such as she or he and he. The committee was encouraged to thread the theme of inclusivity throughout the bill and rely on non-binary terms such as they and them in order to ensure that all persons are equally protected. Organizations also reiterated the importance of the implementation of the bill as follows. The legislation must strengthen the commitment to budgetary allocations that respond to the institutional weaknesses in the response to gender-based violence. In addition to regular and obligatory reports on implementation, the legislation must provide for audits and recommendations on institutional implementation capacity. There should be obligatory annual reporting of the number of police cases of domestic violence against women by male intimate partners and against children, and the number of protection orders applied for and finalized. This would assist with enforcement, monitoring, and information management. Committee members were in agreement that the implementation of the bill was of the utmost importance, and the committee undertook to continue with its oversight role in respect of the implementation of the bill moving forward. Honorable Chair, on the 28th of July 2021, the Select Committee deliberated on the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development's responses on the written submissions. On the 6th of August 2021, the Select Committee deliberated on the proposed amendments to the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill. The Select Committee on the 11th of August agreed to the adoption of the bill with proposed amendments. Honorable Chair, due to the comments of several organizations concerning the use of inclusive, non-binary language through the bill, along with relevant consequential technical amendments, it is proposed that the language be amended to be gender neutral and inclusive to ensure legislation that is sensitive, flexible, and engaging with due regard to the considerations of equality, dignity, and identity. With regard to proposed amendments relating to definitions, the following can be highlighted. Cross-reference clarification in the definition of capture, to omit the definition for person in close relationship and replace this with the definition for close relationship. With the definition of emergency monitoring relief, it is proposed that the scope of maintenance be extended beyond that of any child to include persons with disability and older persons with due consideration to the contextual qualification of a duty of care. Cross-reference clarification of functionary be aligned to a proposed amendment of Section 2A and the further consequential amendments required. An inclusion of stalking within the scope of the definition of harassment. In Clause 6, which speaks to Section 4 protection orders, the proposed amendment seeks to clarify terms and timeframes to eliminate misinterpretation of the section, while aligning the phrasing and scope of the subparagraphs. In Clause 6, which speaks to Section 5, applications or issuing of protection orders, the proposed amendments address concerns regarding the scope relating to complainant notification, as well as inconsistent wording. In Clause 10, which speaks to Section 6 Final Protection Orders, the proposed amendments are an attempt to give expression to concerns raised in public submissions regarding the insurance of expeditious justice with due regard to the urgency that is associated with protection orders. It is also recommended that the issues in the complainant, but complainant and the respondent. To Section 7, considerations regarding place of study dealing with the in clause 24, which speaks to Section 19 regulations, it is proposed that the granting of legal aid be extended to the complainant, respondent, a person with a disability, and older person, in addition to the already included assistance to a child. Further proposed amendments are aimed at improving the readability of the clauses, adjusting references and deleting superfluous phrases. Honourable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, referred to it on the 3rd of June 2021 and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends the Council pass the bill with proposed amendments. With regard to the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill, the Select Committee on Security and Justice has agreed to the bill with proposed amendments and reports as follows. The Criminal Law Sexual Offences Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill seeks to extend the ambit of the offences of incest, to introduce a new offence of sexual intimidation, to further regulate the inclusion of particulars of persons in the National Register for Sex Offenders, to extend the list of persons who are to be protected in terms of Chapter 6 of the Act, to extend the list of persons who are entitled to submit applications to the Registrar of the National Register for Sex Offenders, to further regulate the removal of particulars of persons from the National Register for Sex Offenders, to further regulate the reporting duty of persons who are aware that sexual offences have been committed against persons who are vulnerable, and to provide for matters connected therewith. At present, the Act requires the recordal of the particulars of convicted sex offenders against children and persons who are mentally disabled in the register, and prohibits them from working with children or persons who are mentally disabled. Relevant employers are required to vet existing employees and job applicants against the register to see whether they are suitable to work with children or persons who are mentally disabled. The amendment bill proposes, amongst others, to expand the register scope to include the details of all sex offenders, and not only sex offenders against children and persons who are mentally disabled. Expand the list of persons who are protected to include other vulnerable persons, namely certain young women, persons with physical, mental, or intellectual disabilities, and persons over 60 years of age who, for example, receive community-based care and support services. Increase the period for which a sex offender's particulars must remain on the register, and further regulate the reporting duty of persons who are aware that sexual offences have been committed against the persons who are vulnerable. Honourable Chair, the committee received 18 written submissions from organisations and individuals. The list of organisations and individuals are contained in the committee report as ATC. On the 23rd of July 2021, the Select Committee received a further briefing from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on the department's response to the said submissions. Several organizations expressed the view that they were not satisfied with the current functionality and accessibility of the NRSO. They were advocating for the public to have access to the NRSO and were of the view that the NRSO is not the right vehicle to provide this broader protection, and that the SAP system would yield better results. The committee invited the registrar for the NRSO to attend the committee's deliberation on the bill and received a briefing and reassurance that the NRSO's information is confidential and that the registrar is well equipped to manage the register for sex offenders. Several organizations advocated for the decriminalization of adult sex work in South Africa. The organizations emphasized the fact that there were ongoing systemic injustices, gross human rights violations, violence, exclusion and denial of services experienced by sex workers in South Africa, including the LGBTQI+ sex workers. The committee agreed with the department that this matter did not fall within the ambit of the current bill, and that the department will engage with stakeholders on the decriminalization of sex work in more detail. With regard to the definition of person who is vulnerable, some and or other organizations were of the view that it should include the LGBTQI+ persons, and that the age group of female under the age of 25 should be broadened to include youth, that is aged 18 to 35, as defined by the National Youth Commission Act 1996. In their view, sexual violence is ultimately a crime of power. Youth often do not have power due to lack of employment, limited education, or poverty, to name a few, which left the youth at a disadvantage whereby they may be exploited. While the department agreed on the vulnerability of all women and the LGBTQI+ persons, this section limits persons who are vulnerable in relation to employment, and extending the ambit of Chapter 6 too wide will give rise to difficulties in the implementation of the provisions of the chapter, which will have a negative impact on the efficacy of the NRSO system. Honorable Chair, members deliberated on the department's response to the written submissions on the 6th of August 2021. The Select Committee received the briefing on the proposed amendments to the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill. The Select Committee on the 11th of August agreed to the adoption of the bill with proposed amendments. With regard to the phrase, who are mentally disabled, the South African Human Rights Commission noted that this phrasing is not in line with the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, 2007. The convention places emphasis on a social approach to disabilities in line with the social model. The Commission suggests that it should rather be phrased as persons with mental disabilities. The bill was therefore amended to include the submission as follows. Throughout the bill, along with the relevant consequential technical amendments, it is proposed that the phrase persons who are mentally disabled be replaced with the phrase persons with a mental disability, as this is the more humane and inclusive reference preferred internationally and nationally and supported by public submissions received from various interest groups. Furthermore, to avoid unintended consequences resulting from overly broad phrasing, it is proposed that in Clause 6, which amends Section 41, which speaks to prohibited types of employment, that we omit reference to are present or congregate. For purposes of consistency and to align with the amendments effected to the B Bill version as tabled in the NCOP, further technical amendments relating to the phrase person who is vulnerable is proposed. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill, referred to it on the 3rd of June 2021 and classified by the JTM as Section 75 Bill, recommends the Council pass the bill with proposed amendments. Honorable Chair, with regard to the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill, the committee has agreed to the bill without proposing amendments and reports as follows. The Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill seeks to amend several acts. The Magistrates Courts Act 1944, the Criminal Procedure Act 1977, the Criminal Law Amendment Act 1997, and the Superior Courts Act 2013. The Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill is intended to reduce the secondary victimization of vulnerable persons in court proceedings through the use of intermediaries and by providing for evidence to be given through audiovisual links in proceedings other than criminal proceedings. The bill also proposes to tighten bail and minimum sentencing provisions in the context of gender-based violence. Honorable Chair, the committee received 9 written submissions from individuals and organizations. The list of these are contained in the report of the committee as ATC. Some key issues that were raised in the submissions relate to the following. Remedial programs for convicted persons must be incorporated in any sentence imposed by a court and be completed by the convicted person before the date of release, or where applicable, an authorized person or bodies to consider parole of the convicted person. Given the lack of adequate participation by community members on parole boards, research should be conducted by the Department of Justice and Correctional Services into how it can promote and facilitate community participation on parole boards. With regard to minimum sentences and bail, harsher sentences should be accompanied with rehabilitative programs. There is a need to conduct appropriate risk assessment when deciding on custodial or non-custodial sentences and deciding on possible rehabilitative interventions to ensure the safety of victims. The written comments were responded to by the department in their briefing to the committee on the 28th of July 2021 and were well received by members of the committee. Honourable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill referred to on the 3rd of June 2021 and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends the Council pass the bill without proposed amendments. Honourable Chair, in conclusion, the urgency of these bills was premised on the fact that in November 2018, a presidential summit against gender-based violence and femicide was held, which resulted in a declaration which included a resolution to fast-track the review of existing laws and policies on gender-based violence to be victim-centered and ensure all other relevant laws respond to GBVF. In light of this, the committee considered and deliberated on 87 submissions received on all the bills during the parliamentary recess period. The importance of the committee adopting these bills, particularly during the Women's Month, cannot be overemphasized. Women and vulnerable persons bear the brunt of domestic violence and femicide in our country. The bills will go a long way in ensuring the protection of the most vulnerable members of our society from gender-based violence and femicide. The committee has taken care to ensure that the bills are victim-centered, that they contain non-binary language, and that the proposed amendments to the bill are drafted with the utmost care to ensure proper and effective implementation. As a committee, we will continue to conduct oversight over the implementation of these bills to ensure that victims receive access to justice and to truly fight the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in our country. Honourable Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sheikh. That concludes the debate. Before we proceed to voting on these orders, I shall allow parties the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, if they so wish. Parties can indicate whether they want to make declarations. Honourable Bartlett.
Honourable Chairperson, good night actually. Good night to all the members and good night to Honourable Deputy Chair. Chair, I just want to make a declaration. Part of addressing the pandemic against gender-based violence and femicide, we need to deter future perpetrators from committing the same offence. We need to protect victims of violence and sexual assault. Hence, as the ANC, we support and call for stricter jail conditions for offenders, particularly in cases of gender-based violence and sexual assault. The Criminal and Related Matters Bill, which seeks to, among others, introduce stricter bail and sentencing provisions, alive to the fact that a child witness must be protected from undue mental stress or suffering while giving evidence. The bill seeks to provide for the appointment of intermediaries and to regulate the giving of evidence to intermediaries in proceedings other than criminal proceedings. The bill also seeks to regulate the giving of evidence to audiovisual link in proceedings other than criminal. The bill further seeks to regulate the granting and cancellation of bail, the giving of evidence by means of closed-circuit television, CCTV, or similar electronic media. The bill seeks to regulate the giving of evidence by a witness with a physical, psychological, or mental disability. It also seeks to deal with the right of a complainant in a domestic-related offense to participate in parole proceedings. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, the bill seeks to regulate sentences in respect of offenses that have been committed against vulnerable persons. As the ANC Honorable Chair, we remain committed in intensifying the fight against gender-based violence and femicide and violence targeted at children and vulnerable groups. We also need to protect victims of violence from second victimization. When a victim takes a stand in court to tell their story, they are forced to relive the trauma and past experience of violence, therefore, making it hard for the healing process to be completed for the victim. Honorable Chair, the ANC moves in support of the bill. I thank the Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Honorable members, if I now take the following two members that will make declarations, that will mean we must deal with second, because what the Honorable Butler dealt with the third order. We can deal with second and fourth then, and then procedurally we are changing the thing now. But let us then conclude the declarations. Honorable Nkosi.
Chairperson?
Yes.
I am a little bit confused now. The ANC
Yes.
just made two declarations now. How does it work?
Honorable
it's an individual vote.
Honorable Labuskaghni. And the what happened now is I listened to the declaration by the member of the ANC. And the declaration that the member made was on the third order, because it spoke about the other bill that is in the third order.
Thank you,
That is
Chair.
why I'm saying. That is why I'm saying, if someone that is making a declaration on the second order, let it be done now. That is on the domestic violence amendment bill. That is what I'm giving. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you. I think the one for the domestic, it's not going to be done by me. I want to do the first one.
See, I still see Honorable Mtetwa. I still see another. Is Honorable Mtetwa.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm putting the one for domestic violence. I think that is the second order.
That is the second order. You may continue.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, members. Many women, Honorable Chair, have died in the hands of their partners. Recently, Nosikelo Mtabeni was brutally murdered by her partner. As a society, there is a need to uproot the deep cause of gender-based violence that are rooted in our patriarchy. Domestic Violence Chair Amendment Bill. This seeks to address the gap and the anomalies which manifested themselves since the Domestic Violence Act came into the operation in 1999. The Domestic Violence Act provides the women the highest forms of protection from the domestic violence, placing the responsibility squarely on organs of the state, particularly the SAPS, to ensure survivors of the domestic violence are able to apply for protection order. Domestic Violence Amendment Bill Chair will facilitate and obtain of the protection order against act of domestic violence electronically. As the chairperson has alluded in her presentation. In the age of technology and growing use of cell phone and the internet, this move will enable more women and people who are victims of domestic violence to obtain protection order without having physically go to the police station a day or at night. It obliged the Department of Health and Social Development to provide certain services to victims of domestic violence and align the processes of the DVA and the Protection from Harassment Act. The bill extends the definition of domestic violence to exclude the protection of other person
against the abuse experienced from family members and their loved ones. It also creates a legal duty to abuse experience Chair, on a person to report domestic violence and also criminal at any failure to do so. The Domestic Violence Chair Amendment Bill aimed to create a clear pathway of services by optimizing and collaboration between the department, by simplifying and clarifying the role of the relevant stakeholder, such as social workers and the police, to enhance the application of the Act and provide the maximum protection available through a civil process. It undertook, Chair, to create a secured online application for protection order, which I conclude, Chair, which will run parallel to hard copy process. More broader, it committed to create an integrated electronically responsive, which was intended to hold all documents relevant to the issue of protection order. The ANC Chair is in support of this bill. I thank you. I thank you, Chair. I'm completed.
Sorry. We will allow 30 seconds for delegates who are outside the virtual house to join the sitting. Honorable members, please note that each delegate, including the special delegates, has one vote, for this is individual voting. The question is that the bill, subject to the proposed amendments, be agreed to. All those who are voting in favor, can you please raise your hands? Use the raise your hand function. The table will assist us to make sure that you get all the hands. The table will indicate whether everyone is voted. Advocate. Can we get an indication whether the count is concluded? It seems as if we have quite a unanimous agreement on the adoption of the bills, of the bill, specific one.
Thank you very much. We may proceed to the next vote, Deputy.
Thank you. Is there anyone that are voting against? Because it didn't seem like that. And there will be no abstentions. Advocate, can you just indicate the number of votes that is there?
Currently of 37 in favor.
37 against.
We do not have any vote against.
The bill subject to the proposed amendments is agreed to in terms of section 75 of the Constitution. I don't have a hammer. We will go to the third order. The third order, already the ANC have made a declaration. Is there any other declarations? Any other party that want to make a declaration? I don't see an indication.
No.
So we will continue. Let's also proceed to voting on the third order. That is a Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, Amendment Bill 16B of 2020. Members, you can raise your hands. This is the voting in favor. The table will indicate when the voting is complete. Voting is closed. Advocate, can we get the result? Before there is, can I just for the record request that if there is anyone that is voting against, you can indicate as such. For now, I see all the hands still on the platform.
We have 36 votes in favor, Deputy.
36 in favor. Against? Seems there is no one against, which means there will be no abstentions. The bill subject to the proposed amendments is thus agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. We will now go to the fourth order, and if there is any declaration of vote, parties will be allowed the opportunity to make their declarations of vote. Honorable Nkosi, you're still on the declaration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to your good self, the Deputy Ministers and Mrs. and everybody present. Gender-based violence and femicide is ravaging and limiting the freedom of women. We need to realize the ideals of the NDP, where women and children are free to walk free and be safe wherever they are. Women in our country need to be protected from the perpetrators of gender-based violence. It was shocking to review the latest statistics to learn that over 20,000 teenage girls have fallen pregnant during pandemic, and somewhere as young as 10 years old. It is saddening to note the children are not safe at home. They are molested and raped in their homes by men who are supposed to protect them. The Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill seeks to extend the protection afforded to victims of gender-based violence and to introduce a new offense of sexual intimidation and to extend the ambit of the offense of incest. Furthermore, it seeks to further regulate the inclusion of particular person in the National Register for Sex Offenders and proposes, amongst others, to expand the register scope to include the details of all sex offenders and not only offenders against children and persons who are disabled, and to extend the list of persons who are protected to include other vulnerable persons, namely certain young women, persons with physical, mental, intellectual disabilities, and persons over 60 years, community-based care and support services. Honorable members, perpetrators of sexual violence need to be brought to book. As the ANC, we are committed to transport our society and prioritize the rights of women, children, and persons with disabilities. As the ANC government, we continue to work tirelessly to reduce gender-based violence and violence against women and children in our country. The ANC moves in support of the bill. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. I haven't seen other indications of individuals that want to make a declaration, so we shall proceed to voting on the fourth order, that is Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill, and we will just allow 30 seconds for delegates who are outside the virtual house to join the sitting. Each delegate will be having one vote, including special delegates. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and we will now request that delegates who vote in favor, please raise your hands and keep your hands raised. Those that are voting in favor. The table will give us an indication when they have finished the counting.
Votes in favor, Deputy Chair.
37, thank you very much, Advocate Pindela. The count is complete. Any delegate that are voting against can indicate now. If there is none, we can go to abstentions.
Excuse me, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable De Bruin.
I had a bit of a difficulty here. I was waiting for the amendment.
No, I actually picked it up. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. The count is complete. And as we have already heard, the result is that 37 members voted in favor, which means we unanimously agreed to this 3 bills that is long outstanding. It is one of the instruments which we requested that there should be more stricter measures with regards to issues of gender-based violence and femicide, but also particularly to protect children, people living with disabilities, and the aged. So we want to actually express appreciation to all the members that we have agreed that issues of gender-based violence and other issues of abuse are not political. It is human rights issues, and we are in agreement that we cannot tolerate it in the South African society.
You are so correct, Chairperson.
With that said and done, we want to further express our appreciation to everyone that participated in the deliberations of the day, particularly the debates earlier on, the deputy ministers and other special delegates, the MECs. All of you, we express our appreciation, and to all the members for your patience, because today took quite some time. We want to express our appreciation. And with that, we conclude the business of the day. The House is now adjourned. Good night.
Malibongwe.
Malibongwe,
Malibongwe, Deputy Chair, Malibongwe, Northern Cape.
Thank you, Oses.
Malibongwe Mengwenya. Malibongwe.